They come, and they're racing in the name of Tiara, the graphics goddess. Roman Pharaoh with a killer crossover at 7-5 takes the lead from Toil and Trouble. And outside of that, Graves Mill Road at 9-5. Graves Mill Road strides up nicely to take the second spot from Toil and Trouble. After that, we have Soviet, Russian, up into the mix about a length from the lead. Now Soviet very aggressively is going to split runners as they head up the barn side. And Graphite is last in the Graphics, the Graphics Goddess Tiara Classic. And they head up the Canterbury Park barn side, separated by 7. And we have a breakneck speed battle between Soviet and Roman Pharaoh. Roman Pharaoh trying to go Herb Brooks on Soviet to the outside. And they are about 3-4 lengths clear from Graves Mill Road. Re-engaging Toil and Trouble now actually takes third from Graves Mill Road, who's shaken up hard. And Roman Pharaoh's threatening to run away from them all at 8-5. Round about the quarter pole, Roman Pharaoh is the ruler, and Roman Pharaoh leads everybody by 5. Toil and Trouble is next. Then we come to Graves Mill Road, and Soviet is fading. After that is Graphite, the graphics goddess, into the final 150. Roman Pharaoh has put their backs against the wall, and he is gone. 6-1-2 in the opener. Tiara. And they're racing. I'm an 8 comes out of the gate like a 10, but now has been overtaken by Sierra Hotel. Outrun the Posse at 9-1. Right there with 1 lap to go. Then it's the favored Stitzy at 6-5. This early pace on the turf course is quite slow as they corner. Right behind the leaders, I'm an 8, 2 lengths from the front in tightly. Then it's Blue Gale, the 11-year-old, 5th and about 5 out of it. Up top, Sierra Hotel puts the pedal to the metal and lopes clear by a half. After that, we have Norco racing wide. The white one, Born Force, second last, beginning to advance. And Two Chance, the 11-year-old, still in with a chance. He's 10 lengths from the lead. And up goes Stitzy, the headstrong favorite, takes the lead and runs away by 2. There's Stitzy. In second is Sierra Hotel. And outside of that, Outrun the Posse. Then it's I'm an 8. Blue Gale, the 11-year-old, striding up at 63-1, circumnavigating but making a 4-wide move, and Stitzy still leads it clearly. In fact, Stitzy says, you better come and catch me if you want to get the money. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and they're chasing Stitzy, hoping he comes up ditzy. It is Stitzy leading it by 2. In second, Sierra Hotel still in with a chance. Then we come back to I'm an 8, and outside of that is Outrun the Posse, but we are down to 2. It is Stitzy, the favorite, to the inside of Sierra Hotel, potentially relegated to a motel, as Stitzy takes the money at 6-5. 8-5-3 in race 2. Seatbelts, please. And they're racing. Annie M came out of the gate nicely. So did Mr. Jägermeister's sister, Amaretto D'Amore, now joined by my easy rider to the inside. Start Singing is on the wide side with Oh So Blue. Right behind them, Sense of Flurry and Chaplin is last. And as they head into the far turn, these Minnesota maidens have Amaretto D'Amore on the move with Annie M right outside of her. Outside of them, Start Singing starts to rev up, and Start Singing Singing at 5-1's making a sharp move. Then it's Oh So Blue behind them. Sense of Flurry at 7-5. 5 lengths out of it, running on. My Easy Rider has dropped out. Likewise for Chaplin. And it is Annie M slugging it out with Start Singing. Outside of that is Oh So Blue. Sense of Flurry in a tight spot. And there goes Start Singing, looking to sing solo in the winner's circle. Sense of Flurry and Eckleberry trying to win 3 in a row, giving absolutely everything, but not good enough to beat Start Singing, who wins nicely. And they're racing. Sarjanali started okay, and so did Rush Hour Traffic between them, now joined by Mauclair's at 4.5-1. And as they head into the first turn, Sarjanali and Chad Lindsay at 24-1, they grab the lead, and Sarjanali now has company in the shape of Mauclair's. After that, Rush Hour Traffic to the outside of 5 Roses Luna. Pace kind of hot. Sarjanali, the long shot, tries to open up by a length and picks up the tempo. After that, Medalla Match about 7 lengths from it, joined by Pranked. After that, Beauty Day, third last, Ms. Anna second last, and the one in last is Fall Moon. And they're covered by 13, chasing a long shot to begin the pick 5. It is Sarjanali by 1. Mauclair's flashes out of the crowd, being asked to do so, and behind them is 5 Roses Luna. Outside of that, Rush Hour Traffic making a rush hour type move. Then we come back to Medalla Match. Ms. Zanna's making a move, going to be wide, not asked much, 5 out of it. Then we come to Fall Moon, and the one way back in last is Beauty Day, and number 1 is still number 1. It's Sarjanelli. Outside, Ms. Zanna finishing nicely with that white face. Just to the outside of Pranked, and between them is Rush Hour Traffic. After that, we have Fall Moon. Here's Ms. Zanna at 8-1, so very game. Ms. Zanna wins by more than 1. And they're racing from the center. Please the Court looks to lay down the law. Now Sharp Art in sharp fashion flies through on the inside to contest the pace with Awesome Emmett, who leads it narrowly. Got Even Smarter prominent to the outside, and after popping the gate first, Please the Court now back in 5th, overtaken by Parolee, and the one in last is Libertarian. Covered by 6, they have a half mile to go, and 1 and 2, AC Doocy stride along together. Sharp Art, Awesome Emmett. Outside of that, Got Even Smarter makes it a line of 3. Parolee watches said trio run away. Then we come to Please the Court, now in last, overtaken by Libertarian. Running on at 15-1, Sharp Art with the sharp jock. Leads it by a length, Awesome Emmett. Got Even Smarter wide and languishing. Then it's Libertarian, 7 lengths in arrears, chasing Sharp Art. And it is Sharp Art still leading by 1.5, not running away. Awesome Emmett, Got Even Smarter. Outside of that is Libertarian. Sharp Art now finds a new gear, and there goes Sharp Art with the red hot jock. It is Sharp Art giving Eckleberry 4 of the first 5. The gate, and they're racing. Whiskey Plank right to the lead with the leading rider. Whiskey Plank in hand and in command. My Vow to Courage is next, and now Mo Moore flies up, and 1 and 3 are going very quickly. Very, very fast pace around the first turn. After that, Slightly Crafty drafting in behind the leading 3, and up top, Whiskey Plank still looking to leave them punch drunk. Between them is our Deja Vu. That one is overtaken by Champ Success, and on the wide side is Oxwood, 7-8 lengths from the lead, about a length and a half clear from Did You Do It? And the one in last is Tour the World. As they head into the far turn with less than a half mile to travel, Whiskey Plank fully committed to go wire to wire, and Whiskey Plank shows no signs of slowing down at this stage. Mo Moore continues to bug to the outside. Then it's Champ Success, and Whiskey Plank cuts clear by a length and a half. After that is Slightly Crafty still in with a shot, not asked for run. 3.5 clear from Oxwood, who's to the inside of My Vow is Courage. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Whiskey Plank still clear. Whiskey Plank trying to make them walk the plank. Outside, Slightly Crafty is a menacing presence, and so is Champ Success between them. And here comes Slightly Crafty, and from last, Tour the World. But Whiskey Plank said no to everybody and took them wire to wire. Very nicely done. And they're racing to Reno, off fast, looking to win 3 in a row. Hurt So Good popped nicely, and so did Uncle Goyle, looking to win 2 in a row. And from the center, there goes the speedy Dare Felix to poke the head in front. Right behind them is Take Me Up Brady, a length and a half, 2 clear from Hurt So Good, going the wrong way. And that one has been overtaken by Ship It Red and Just Blaze. Blazes along 6 from the front, beginning to run on fast. It is Uncle Goyle leading it from Dare Felix to Reno outside of them. Right behind them is Take Me Up Brady. Likewise for Just Blaze in a very tough spot to the inside of Khaki Jack. And now they're coming home, and it's Uncle Goyle, the one to catch. Outside of that, Torino trying to win 3 in a row. Inside, Take Me Up Brady, and Just Blaze still looking for the light of day. Ship It Red surging late. Just Blaze flying late. Just Blaze! Wow, last to first. That was nice. And they're racing, and they broken a line. From the 6th spot, Seattle See Ya tries to say see ya, but Pilot Prince, on a night we honor Delta Airlines at Canterbury, grabs the lead. After that, Dirty Deeds, 5 lengths from it to the inside of Gun War, and then it's 2.5, 3 back to 'Cause I'm Chocolate. The rider's looking for 5. That one's to the inside of Where's Fredo, and lagging along way back in last is Emmett Cat, purring about 18 from the front. And up top, Pilot Prince leads it. It is Pilot Prince by a neck, battling it out with Seattle See Ya. Seattle See Ya, 6-1, trying to run away to the Cappuccino Capital. After that is Gun War to the outside of Dirty Deeds, who's running onto the inside. And on the far outside, Where's Fredo, beginning to finish quickly. Seattle See Ya leads it by 3, make it 4. Outside, Where's Fredo? But it's Seattle See Ya from a surging Where's Fredo. Seattle See Ya in the winner's circle. There in the gate, and they're racing. Lady Capo came out okay, and so did Find a Rider, looking to find the winner's circle. Queen of Denort between them. Lady Capo, Queen of Denort, and here they are. 4-7 in a photo. Yeah, I don't know where they go. Bad beginning for Change in Gear. Stumbled badly, completely out of the race at 4-5. Meanwhile, I'm Chasing Wagons is the one they're chasing with Hope Wagon on the inside. And now Chick's Fabulous Corona takes off on the outside and dominates. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Canterbury Park. 11 stimulating races for you today over a fast main track and some hot stakes racing activity coming up later. But we begin in race 1 with the program alterations, and they are aplenty. Race 1, scratch 1. Because of that scratch, no trifecta or show wagering in race 1. Second race, beginning of pick 4, clean. Third race on that turf that's firm, people. The turf is firm, clean. Race 4, beginning the pick 6 with a carryover of 3,746, clean. Then we get to the 5th. That begins the 50-cent pick 5. And in race number 5, scratch number 9, Company Store. Number 2, Giant Gamble, is ridden by Chad Lindsay. Race 6 begins 4 consecutive stakes races. This is the $100,000 Minnesota Derby Clear of Change. Now, the Minnesota Oaks has a rider change. Number 2, Hunter's Magic, is ridden by Luis Fuentes. Luis, rides number 2 in race 7. 8th race, named for the great Wally's Choice. It's a 50-piece. Scratch numbers 6, Love My Boss, and 7, Minnesota Miracle. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering in the Wally's Choice. The 9th race, the Glitter Star Stakes, scratch numbers 1, Clickbait, and 4, Defend the Rose. No show, try, or superfecta wagering in race 9. 10th is Claim. In the 11th race, number 1, Carl D, is ridden by Randy Vega. Randy Vega picks up number 1, Carl D, in race 11. Welcome to Minnesota Maid Day at Canterbury Park. Post time, 20 minutes from now. Yo, what's going on? Beautiful Wednesday in the neighborhood being Shakopee, Minnesota. Welcome to the cornfields, locally, or if you're betting on us from abroad. I'm the announcer, Paul Allen, right by the 2 spot, because, see, this 2 spot with the Glitter Star coming up later today in race number 9, it will feature a very, very talented Minnesota bred. It's this girl. It is Ready to Run Away. It's the Glitter Star. How about this resume for Ready to Run Away? She's the defending champion in this race. She was the 2020 Canterbury Park Horse of the Year. In 14 starts here, 11 wins, 3 seconds. I mean, Ready to Run Away is proving to be like the greatest claim since the son of old Bob Bowers, John Henry, way back in the day. That's one of 4 stakes races on Minnesota Made Day. And yes, Ready to Run Away was bred in Minnesota. Can't wait to call them later. I know our analyst, Brian Aragoni, very excited for the pick 6 with the carryover and the stakes races. Brian, what do you have up your tattered sleeve? And good afternoon.
I've got chalk coming out of these sleeves. There's plenty of chalk today up and down the card because when you bring out Minnesota's finest, the big money comes out. Oftentimes the best horses do as well, and that's what we could see in what could be a chalky pick 5 and pick 6 sequence. But oftentimes when the analysts do believe it is favorite laden, that is when the long shots come out to play and you could potentially catch some prices. But Ready to Run Away looks awfully tough. Star of the North has won 7 out of 8, lost the debut, and since then has rang off 7 wins in a row. And we've got quite the matchup later on as well for the Wally's Choice and Glitter Star Stakes. Those are going to be some excellent races today here at Canterbury Park. $300,000 in stakes money coming up in this late pick 4. And all stakes pick 4 at that. We've got a $1 pick 6 carryover. We've got a nice 4-horse field to kick us off in race number 1, but have no fear, the pick 4 begins in race number 2 today. We've got some turf action as well at Canterbury Park. So we're 16 minutes away from the opener. If you're here for the stakes races, if you're here for the tournament, we wish you the best of luck and welcome to Canterbury Park. As scratch number 1 out of this race, Diodoro enters 2. Why run 2 and 1 will do? He's got the heavily backed favorite Indrina Star as we're 15 minutes away from the opener here at Canterbury Park on Made in Minnesota Day, a very special day of racing here at Canterbury Park where we get the opportunity to appreciate those that bred at home in Minnesota and the talent that we have right here locally, 15 minutes away from race number 1. Good luck. We are just 10 minutes away from the opener on a beautiful Wednesday here at Canterbury Park. Track listed as fast, turf course firm for Made in Minnesota Day, set to kick off in just 10 short minutes. Scratch number 1, Don't Forget. Number 1 comes out of this race, leaves us with a quartet set to go 6 furlongs in here. Minister of Soul did go to the track early, but on your screen now, it's the heavily backed favorite in Drana Star. 1-5 right now. Get paid, ride Wade. However, that paycheck may be a little lighter if this one comes home to score at 1-5. Robertino Diodoro, the 6-year-old chestnut gelding by First Samurai, has been a very nice one since claiming this one for $30,000. Does have 2 victories, a second and a third, including a impressive score here in the Honor of the Hero, and then tried the turf in the $100,000 Dark Star Cup. Just a little bit too tough in that field. Gets back to the preferred surface, where 6 of the 9 victories have come on the main track. 1-5 for Drina Star. 7-2 though on Impact Player. This one being overlooked at the win wagers or windows at this point for Rye Eckerberry, coming in on a 2-race win streak. Has been taking on easier competition, but the Prairie Meadow Shipper certainly in good form right now for Jody Hovenstall. 6 for 26, looking to win 3 in a row. 7-2, certainly a horse you want to pay attention to for value purposes. And speaking of value purposes, we've seen all year long small fields oftentimes return big prices. Luis Valenzuela trying to start our day off with a long shot in here. 11-1 in only a field of 4 for Carlos Moreno. Keller's Gold has 8 victories from 36 starts. Does like it here locally as well. This horse hasn't raced very much at Canterbury. In fact, they've been all over Indiana Grand, Mountaineer, Turf Paradise, Prairie Meadows. But in 3 starts here, a win and a second-place finish on the main track. We'll see if Keller's Gold can go turf to dirt at 10-1. But Minister of Soul went out to the track early, and that one looked very nice for Esteban Martinez. Luis Fuentes gets the call as Esteban Martinez owns and trains the 7-year-old by Minister's Wildcat. 10 victories from 31 starts. Has been in good form. Won on the turf last time out. We'll see if they can get their 9th dirt victory today at 9-2. Drain a Star, heavily bet. But is it the right play? We're going to find out 8 minutes away. Good luck.
We start off Made in Minnesota Day with just 4. So there's no show wagering in our first race of the day with the scratch of the 1, Don't Forget. We have win, place, exacta, trifecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagers, though, in this 6 furlong optional claimer. A lot of class to these 4, but the inside horse taking all the money at the moment, that being Drina Star at 2-5. It is Made in Minnesota Day. We are showcasing some of the best Minnesota breads out there in the Minnesota Derby, the Minnesota Oaks, the Wally's Choice, and the Glitter Star, all later on our card. We remind you that every Wednesday involves a $5 selection of rotating craft beers, and August selection is Kona Big Wave if you want a little something refreshing to go with all the Minnesota breads. We have 11 races today on fast dirt and firm turf. Got a couple of quarters to close us out, but again, a lot of strong stakes races up until that point. And there's also a big contest. If you're here and you like contest play and you haven't got into it yet, you have until 6:30. One in every 30 that we get in here is going to win an entry into the Big Ten at the end of the summer. That's on September 16th. That is how you could win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge out in Del Mar at the beginning of November. We've got 2 pick 4s today. They start in races 2 and 6. And the 10% takeout pick 6 starts in race number 4. We got a carryover of over $3,700 in there today, $37.46 and 4 cents to be exact. No carryover in the pick 5, which begins in the 5th. As Brian pointed out, it's a little skinny on numbers, might be a little bit chalky, but it is still a 10% takeout wager. High returns on that, and usually big pools to go along with it. He's going to put together a pick 4 ticket coming up in the next race when that pick 4 begins. But we also take a look before we get to the first race at the Atomic Data leaderboards, which show the leaders in the jockeys and trainers races each day. There was a few things going on last night with a couple of different riders. Rye Eccleberry and Lindy Wade had quite a night. You can see them atop the standings as Rye Eccleberry won 4 of our first 5 races, and Lindy Wade brought home 2-year-old Start Singing in between there, then won a couple of more on the card. He holds a 10-win lead over Rye Eccleberry, 4 ahead of Alonso Quinones. Alex Conchari 10 behind that, and Alfredo Juarez further down on the board. Hopefully he gets a speedy recovery and back to the races. But that's the leaderboard for the jockeys. Now we move over to the trainers. Neither one of the top 2 got one last night, so they remain a win apart at 42 and 41. Carl Broberg won a couple on the card. You don't see him on the list, but he has been really heating up lately, especially with his new claims. And we will see a couple of those coming up next week. But Carl Broberg was the only multi-race winner last night. There was a lot of different barns represented in the winner's circle last night. Again, not either of the top 2, but they still remain very close on that Atomic Data leaderboard. We're very close to race number 1 now. Made in Minnesota night will kick off in about 3 minutes, and your 2 to 5 favorite remains Drina Star.
It is now post time for the first race, Minnesota Maid Day at Canterbury Park. Those of you on track, thank you for joining us. Enjoy the evening. Likewise, for those of you wagering online, best of luck this evening. Little pick six carryover coming up later. And the first favorite to win, to run that is, Dorina's Star, number 2. Stand by for the Annika Door. They're racing. And Dorina's Star with the leading man outbreaks the field. But now the other 3 join in kind. And Keller's Gold flashes speed. Dorina's Star right next to the rail between them. Impact Player hoping to win 3 in a row. And outside of that is Minister of Soul beginning to advance. And the Minister is looking to extend a winning streak to 2. They have less than a half mile to travel as they head into the far turn. Dorina Star, all of 2 to 5, still tenaciously leading it, not asked for run. The Minister's making a move to the outside. Minister of Soul joins the favored Dorina Star, and 2 and 5 now race out. Minister of Soul just took the lead from that favorite, and Minister of Soul is laying down some good news right now. If you back number 5, Minister of Soul from Dorina Star. After that, Impact Player not making much impact, and then it's Keller's Gold. But Minnesota Maid Day begins with an upset, and Minister of Soul preaches in the winner's circle again. Number 5, Minister of Soul. First. 5, 2, 3, 4. It's unofficial. The first race is official. In the winner's enclosure, Minister of Soul and Luis Fuentes. 2 in a row for Minister of Soul, owned and trained by Esteban Martinez. Exacta, $6. Minister of Soul. The second race takes us to a firm turf course, rail all the way in. No scratches and no rider changes. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Apple Autos, Atomic Data, College City Beverage, Continental Diamond, Grey Duck Vodka, Gallagher Benefit Services, iHeartRadio, Jim Beam, Quick Trip, Loeffler, the Minnesota State Lottery, Pepsi, and the Star Tribune. Ladies and gentlemen, weekly we honor the unsung heroes of horse racing, our grooms. And for more, here is Miss Angela Herman.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, this week the Minnesota HBPA is honoring Ismael Ortiz. The 29-year-old has been a groom for a decade, but has been around horses his entire life. He's worked for the Litvin stable of Nevada and Veronica Litvin for a year and a half. That includes over the winter when they entrusted him with a string of 8 horses at Sam Houston. They're very complimentary of his work, saying that he takes great care of the horses, is an absolutely fantastic at what he does. This winter, he'll travel down to to Delta Downs in Louisiana for his first foray with the stable down to that racetrack. Congratulations on being named Groom of the Week, and best of luck to you and all of Team Litvin down at Delta Downs.
Yannicka Gore, and they're racing. And Dorina's Star with the leading man outbreaks the field, but now the other 3 join in kind. And Keller's Gold flashes speed. Dorina's Star right next to the rail between them. Impact Player hoping to win 3 in a row. And outside of that is Minister of Soul beginning to advance, and the Minister is looking to extend a winning streak to 2. They have less than a half mile to travel as they head into the far turn. Dorina Star, all of 2 to 5, still tenaciously leading it, not asked for run. The Minister's making a move to the outside. Minister of Soul joins the favored Dorina Star, and 2 and 5 now race out. Minister of Soul just took the lead from that favorite, and Minister of Soul is laying down some good news right now. If you back number 5, Minister of Soul from Dorina Star. After that, Impact Player not making much impact, and then it's Keller's Gold. But Minnesota Maid Day begins with an upset, and Minister of Soul preaches in the winner's circle again.
10 minutes away from race number 2, trying to finalize that time. Did Minister of Soul just break the track record for 6 furlongs here at Canterbury Park? Stay tuned as we will find out the answer just a little while for Minister of Soul. And a very dominating, impressive performance. Drain a Star, no match for Minister of Soul. As we go into race number 2, a field of 6 will go 1 mile on the turf course in here. This could be a rider's race. Small field, 1 mile on the turf. It could be about who gets the best trip, and we'll see if it's going to be Rye Echoberry and Carl Broberg. They're down on the inside, and on our turf course, that's where we've seen numerous horses win. Down on the rail seems to be playing very favorable. The Big Gray, Shakes Creek, comes in off of a 4th place finish in what turned out to be a very fast race for Drama Chorus. This one has switched hands numerous times, from Diodoro back to Broberg, back to Dio, and now in the hands of Carl Broberg again. Has been game each and every start. We'll see if Shakes Creek can improve off that 4th place finish for Rye Echoberry, but taking plenty of action in Star Tribune's top selection, Kinetic Swagger. Lindy Wade, 7-2 morning line, currently on the board at 9-5. The 5-year-old looking for win number 4 in here. Set fast fractions on August 10th, just 8 days ago, and couldn't hang on to finish in the top 3. Did finish 4th that day, beaten by 2 lengths behind Devil Vision, who's found a new home on the turf course, and also lost to Tuco Bay, who we'll see later on today in stakes action. So Kinetic Swagger certainly getting some class relief in here, and should appreciate being back on a fast or firm turf course. 9-5 for Kinetic Swagger. The 3 is Chess Candy, a value player in here, 10-1 on the board. If you're able to forgive that last start that came on August 10th against Kinetic Swagger, then all of a sudden Chess Candy certainly makes sense. This horse ran a good 3rd place finish on July 4th, made a move down on the inside, just flattened out late. Chip Woolley and Ruben Fuentes trying to team up a win in here with Chess Candy, but the Big Gray may have something to say about it. It's Can Imagine. Kelsey Haar getting the call in here for Tracy Hersman and Robert Klein. 2 for 16. Hasn't won on the turf. In fact, hasn't finished in the top 2 on the turf. The success has come on the main track. However, this horse can be awfully quick. Exits a live race on July 18th with the horse only lost by 4 lengths on the turf. 9-1 on Can Imagine. The 5 is Noble Pursuit. We'll see if this one can bounce back. This one, another one you have to forgive last race. August 10th just did not get into the race at all. And I would remember very well because I had this horse on top and we ran dead last. Didn't really run all that great. So we'll see if Noble Pursuit can get back to the winning ways, because it wasn't all that long ago Noble Pursuit was on a 5-race win streak. 6 value player in here. It's Myth Call. Luis Fuentes trying to beat the others. 6, 1, and 2 for me. I think Myth Call should set a great trip on the outside. 3rd start off the layoff for Dick Capelucci. The dangerous Dick Capelucci, especially when they go off at a price 7-1. Feels like fair value on Myth Call. I've got the word. Minister of Soul. Track record safe. Did not get the track record in the first. The track record remains 108.04. Minister of Soul just going to have to settle for a dominating first race performance, as we're 7 minutes away from race number 2. That pick 4 coming up next.
In 5 minutes, the first pick 4 of the day will begin. That's a 50-cent wager. It starts with this field of 6. And in addition to that pick 4, you can bet pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and 10-cent supers. You got a pair of 2-to-1 shots on the inside, buying for favoritism right now, and currently they are $3 apart. In race number 2, we thank our sponsors Atomic Data for sponsoring that and the leaderboards, which we've already gone over. We also have the first gray of the day running in race number 2 today. You probably just saw him go by on your screen a little while ago. There's a couple of them, but the first one is Shakes Creek. If Shakes Creek comes home victorious in race 2 today, there's 2-for-1s for the rest of the day provided by Grey Duck. Those 2-for-1 Grey Duck cocktails are available if the one Shakes Creek wins the second race today. The pick 4 does start here in 4 minutes. We'll see what Brian Aragoni has up his sleeve. I know that he likes Mythqual on top. You can see 6-1 on top, or 6-1 the price on his top selection in here. Let's see what sort of ticket he fashioned in this early pick 4 coming up shortly. If you would like to make your own, you have 4 minutes. Remember, you still have a little bit of time to get into the satellite contest upstairs for $300. That's the Made in Minnesota that can feed you into the Big Ten BCBC at the end of our season. If you want the info on that, head up to Club. If you want the info on the pick 4, listen to Brian coming up next.
Thank you, Angela. We've got the Continental Diamond in the Rough as Mythqual on your screen now. The good-looking Diamond in the Rough, a value player in here. On a day we may have many favorites, but race number 1, the favorite didn't come home to score. So potentially a day of long shots here at Canterbury Park for Made in Minnesota Day. But I'm going to try and get a value player in here. Mythqual, third start off the layoff for Dick Capalucci. Looks to be in good form right now. Did lose to Shakes Creek 2 back, but only a length and a half, and you're going to get much better value. This game is all about trying to identify value. While we lost to Shakes Creek and Kinetic Swagger, it was only by a length, and currently you'll get 3 times your money, 6-1 versus 2-1, and that is how you find the Continental Diamond in the Rough value play of the day. However, it's really only value if it wins, so hopefully Mythqual can get the job done, but it would be a great start for that pick 4 as well, as we're going to go 1, 2, and 6 in this pick 4. Noble Pursuit is a horse, and I'm going to leave off and take a stand against. May very well go off favorite in this spot for Carlo Lopez and Robertino Diodoro. I thought the horse just was flat last time out. I'm not sure if it was on a good turf surface where the rain came in, a little bit of moisture in that sod. Certainly didn't appreciate it, but on 8 days rest, I'm going to play against Noble Pursuit, who could bounce back in a big way. Not that long ago, this horse was on a 5-race win streak. 1, 2, and 6 for me in race number 2. As we'll go on to the turf course again in race number 3, this is where the single is going to come. La Tub. I'm hopeful that Jose Silva Jr. took over for Doug O'Neill for a purpose and for a reason. This horse, usually when we see Santa Anita horses or Delmo horses coming over to Canterbury, usually they're not in good form. This one was the beaten favorite at Santa Anita, but hasn't been seen in a long time off of a lengthy layoff in here for La Tub, the 4-year-old filly by Bodemeister. Has races that fit the layoff and the distance, switching from Santa Anita to Canterbury Park. Certainly a concern. It's likely either first or last for the single in race number 3. As you go back to the main track for race number 4, State-Bred Maidens, all looking for their first career victory. A very challenging race, but I'm going to try Shaquila's Destiny along with Roverton and Has the Glory. Many of these have been swapping one another back and forth, but Shaquila's Destiny only beaten by a neck last time out. Alonzo Quinones gets the call for Tim Padilla in here, and Roverton could be the speed, has the ability to go to the lead, and oftentimes in these maiden races you want to have the lead because they can get brave on the front end and take them a long ways. Race number 5, this race is wide open. If I were to add anywhere, it seems unusual. I've only got 6 in race number 5. This is likely a race that I would add. The confidence is low in race number 5. As you can tell, I have 6 of the 10 horses. It feels like anyone's race to win or lose. Certainly going to be a rider's race. 5 furlongs on the turf. We'll see who can get the job done, but hopefully it could be a long shot, potentially like a horse like P Club at a big price. Epic Drama. You've also got Rusty Cage at 15-1, who is very fast on his quickest day. Negron gets the call. A rider who loves to get him out of the gate. It's a $27 play. It's the early pick 4. If you can't win it, you're not in it. Good luck.
And the horses are moving into the starting gate. It is now post time for the second Minnesota Maid Day at Canterbury Park. The first of a series of turf races, firm. And the last to load is Mythcall.
Locked up.
And they're racing. Kinetic Swagger came out nicely. Kinetic Swagger off to the lead with Can't Imagine, that's the gray horse. And after that, we have Shakes Creek. Then we come to Mythcall, about 5 lengths from the front. Chess Candy is second last. And Noble Pursuit is in pursuit of what has become a hot early pace from about 7 lengths out of it. And as they spin around the first turn, it is Miss Har and Can't Imagine, the attractive white horse, tugging them along by 1. Kinetic Swagger pulling hard against the bit second. And to the inside of Shakes Creek. Outside of that is Mythcall. Wide, but right in the thick of it. Inside of that, Chest Candy, and that one has been passed by Noble Pursuit, who's on the move in hot pursuit, and they are separated now by 6 lengths, and we have 3 astern into the far turn, and a couple of grays are bookending Kinetic Swagger between them. It is on the inside, Can't Imagine. Outside of that, Shakes Creek, Kinetic Swagger trying to put the nose in front. Behind them is Noble Pursuit, then it's Mythcall. The riders trying to sweep the early double, 5 lengths from it. Chest Candy can't puff out the chest at this stage, but still in with a shot. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Kinetic Swagger with Swagger. Now between them, Noble Pursuit with a burst with those white blinkers. Outside of that is Shakes Creek, but this one is over at 2.5 to 1. Noble Pursuit dominates late, gets all the money. Number 5, Noble Pursuit, ran first. 5-2-1-6. Results are unofficial. Ladies and gentlemen, the second race was courtesy of Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider for this racetrack. And we also thank Archkey Technologies, Apple Autos, and Apache. Our second has gone official. 10-10 for the exacta. Trifecta, $9.40. Superfecta, $4 and change. Fives wild in the double, and it paid $12.40. To the third race, and we stay on the beautiful turf course. No scratches, no rider changes. Final Grade is our featured group for race number 3. We welcome those with Final Grade to Canterbury Park. And the race is courtesy of Bud Light Seltzer. Post time, 22 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, Sunday, Pepsi Family Day, we have Corgi Dog Racing. Wonderful day to bring the kids out. Sunday at 1 o'clock, a bevy of family activities, plus Corgis racing on the dirt track. Get your tickets at canterburypark.com. Save a couple of dollars. It's this Sunday, Pepsi Family Day. Very impressive performance in the I'll Be a Monkey's Uncle purse. Victorious is Noble Pursuit and Carlo Lopez. The winning owners, Desert Sun Stables, and the winning trainer, our leading trainer, Robertino Diodoro. Noble Pursuit. Third race, 19 minutes from now. Don't get shut out. And they're racing. Kinetic Swagger came out nicely. Kinetic Swagger off to the lead with Can't Imagine. That's the gray horse. And after that, we have Shakes Creek. Then we come to Mythical, about 5 lengths from the front. Chest Candy is second last. And Noble Pursuit is in pursuit of what has become a hot early pace from about 7 lengths out of it. And as they spin around the first turn, it is Miss Har and Can't Imagine, the attractive white horse, tugging them along by 1. Kinetic Swagger pulling hard against the bit second. And to the inside of Shakes Creek. Outside of that is Mythical, wide, but right in the thick of it. Inside of that, Chest Candy. And that one has been passed by Noble Pursuit, who's on the move in hot pursuit. And they are separated now by 6 lengths. And we have 3 astern into the far turn. And a couple of grays are bookending Kinetic Swagger between them. It is on the inside, Can't Imagine. Outside of that, Shakes Creek, Kinetic Swagger trying to put the nose in front. Behind them is Noble Pursuit. Then it's Mythical. The riders trying to sweep the early double, 5 lengths from it. Chest Candy can't puff out the chest at this stage, but still in with a shot. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Kinetic Swagger with Swagger. Now between them, Noble Pursuit with a burst with those white blinkers. Outside of that is Shakes Creek, but this one is over at 2.5 to 1. Noble Pursuit dominates late, gets all the money.
August 10th, the bad Noble Pursuit. August 18th, the dominant Noble Pursuit, full of runs, sitting behind a three-headed speed duel up there. Noble Pursuit back to the winning ways for Robertino Diodoro as they don the classic red shirts in the winner's circle with Noble Pursuit, who's back to the winning ways. We'll go out to the turf course again. This time it won't be a mile. It'll be 5 furlongs on the turf, a sprint in here, and the speed could come from the love, or for the love of Lydia. I was talking to my good friend Jennifer Williams. Now, she's got a daughter named Olivia. So for the love of Lydia, Olivia, it's close, but that's how she handicaps, and it works for her. 3-1 on the board for Lindy Wade and Mac Robertson in here, who could be the speed of the speed. Very tactical. They don't necessarily need the lead, but drawn down on the inside, I think they'll have to show their hand early on in the race for the 3-year-old filly by English Channel. 3-1 on the board. But the 2 is Hot Habanero. Milton Suter owns and bred this one, the 4-year-old filly by Artie Schiller. Still looking for that first career victory in here. However, this will be the first time they try the daughter of Artie Schiller on the turf. Should only improve on the turf, especially by Hot Body as well. You've got Grand Slam on the bottom. You would think Hot Habanero wants to be on the sod. We get an opportunity to see today, but does go up in class. A big jump up in class in here for the Minnesotan, who is open company, made in special weight level as well. 15-1 on Hot Habanero, but I'm going to try La Tub. The California shipper in here hasn't been seen in almost a year. The last time this one went to the racetrack, it was out in Glitzy, California, back September 27th of 2020. A 5th place finish. The beaten favorite that day, ridden by one of the California's finest in Umberto Rispoli, as the beaten favorite under the handling of Doug O'Neill. Now goes to the barn of Jose Silva Jr. We'll see if La Tub is fit enough to go off of the long layoff, 4-5 on the board. The 4 is Just Plain Pretty. Chirinos gets the call in here for Mac Robertson as he sends out both the 1 as well as the 4. Lightly raced, always a good sign. Chirinos gets the call. This one had a late running 3rd place finish. Only lost by half a length that day. Should get some pace to chase in here for Just Plain Pretty. The 5 is Lady Churchill. Quincy Hamilton gets the call in here for Gary Shearer. The Shearer gang got their photo taken last night. They look to pick up where they left off. Maiden special weight down at the fairgrounds for the debut on February 26th. Didn't run a step. They come back off of a layoff on the turf, very similar to how they won yesterday. We'll see if Lady Churchill can do it with this 3-year-old filly by half R's. The 6 is Brams is who? Ruben Fuentes gets the call for Santiago Tranquino. Barn hasn't won a lot of races. However, they've picked up pieces each and every time they've gone to the track. They've always been well meant, usually at a big price, and the 7 went out to the track early. Karolinka, second start off the layoff for Ty Garrett. 6 workouts to prepare for the debut on August 8th. Second start off that layoff, should continue to improve and gets back to the preferred surface. There's a lot to like about Karolinka, but I'm going to try and get La Tub home a winner for the Silva gang, as we're just a couple minutes away from race number 3, turf racing, coming up at the park.
In this third race, we do stay on the turf course, but we'll go a little shorter this time. 5 furlongs is the distance for this maiden special weight. It offers win, play, show, exactas tries, 10-cent supers, daily doubles, and 50-cent pick threes. You have your field of 7 intact, and a very heavy favorite, fancied by Brian Aragoni. That's 4-5, La Tube, making her debut from Southern California. The third race is sponsored by Bud Light Seltzer, and we feature the group Final Grade in race number 3 today. Right behind me, if you're down here on the apron, they're giving out some samples of Summit. You want to try any of the varieties that they have up here, come right up to the winner's circle. You can get Kurt Hepner's autograph. You can just take a sample of anything that you'd like. Randy Sampson is up here. Check it out. It's right down here by the winner's circle all night. We've also got Jim Beam involved in the mix in race number 3, as Jim Beam beanbags are coming up next. There is the Summit table where they're giving out samples of Summit. And there is Kurt Hepner with his outstretched hand if you would like to get that autograph. Him or Randy Sampson all down there by the Summit table. They are giving out samples for the evening if you want to come down and try a little bit that Summit has to offer. Now here in the winner's circle, we have Jim Beam beanbags coming up next. And we got some prizes to give out if you guys can get it in there. You get a daily double pack if you get it in the hole. Get a couple of admission passes if you can make it on the board. We'll still give you an admission pass if you miss the board completely. And look out for the apples. They're there, but just don't step in those. You can step a little bit closer if you want to. So up first, do we have Annie or Allie? Who's going to take a shot first? Ladies got to go first. Okay, step right up. Take a shot. Get it in there. A lot of power. Good shot. Good shot. All right, who's up next? Okay, I guess it'll be Colton from Elk River. Take your shot right there in the hole. Okay, on the board. You get a couple of admission passes. Come on, outdo him. Get it right in the hole. Daily double pack. Yeah, there you go. Beautiful shot. Excellent. Very good. Okay, we got a lot of prizes to give out. Perfect. Pick the right 3 for Jim Beam beanbags. If you want to get involved in that some other time, feel free to head down to the first level information booth, talk to the marketing folks, and they can get you involved in all the promotions that we have out here at Canterbury Park. We're 1 minute away from race number 3. They'll be on the grass shortly.
It is now post time for race number 3 as we wish Mr. Kevin Cole a very happy birthday. Kevin is our turf course superintendent, doing wonderful work with the grass course all season, despite adverse weather conditions, TC Summer Jam. Happy birthday, Kevin Cole, and good job. And they're racing in the Kevin Cole Birthday Classic. And for the love of Lydia's, very fast in the lime to the inside. Hot Habanero right there. Then it's Latub. And Latub's on the 3 wide side. Karolinka's next, beginning to rally to the outside of Lady Churchill. And those 5 are covered by 3.5 lengths and have gone 5 clear from Just Plain Pretty. And in last is Brahms' Who? 8 lengths covers them, and they're chasing number 1 in the leading man. For the love of Lydia, nearly won. Right behind her, Lady Churchill begging for the light of day. Outside of that is Latub. Then we come to the far outside. Karolinka's finishing nicely. Here comes Latub to tackle for the love of Lydia, who rebreaks for the love of Lydia. And Latub to the wire together. Latub, numero uno. 3-1 and a photo in race 3. Number 3, Latub, ran first. 3-1-5-7 in 57.13. Ladies and gentlemen, here with final grade. Welcome to Canterbury Park, and thanks for bringing your group out. Final grade, our featured group for race 3. Into the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure, it's Le Tub and Luis Negron. The winning owners, Say J Racing, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. This filly is Le Tub. Still unofficial. The third race at Canterbury is official. Le Tub, translated in French, means Irving Anderson. And Le Tub paid $3.20 for a $2 win wager. Exacta $3.90. Trifecta, chalk all odds, $11.70. Superfecta $5.94. Double $7. And the first pick 3, races 1, 2, and 3, $18.65. We come now to the fourth race and back to a fast main track. $1 pick 6, 10% takeout, nation low, 3,746 in the carryover kitty. No scratches. The fourth race is provided by Jim Beam and Dave Chorus Esquire. Post time in 20 minutes. Kevin Cole, and good job. And they're racing in the Kevin Cole Birthday Classic. And For the Love of Lydia's very fast in the lime to the inside. Hot Habanero right there. Then it's Le Tub. And Le Tub's on the 3 wide side. Karolinka's next, beginning to rally to the outside of Lady Churchill. And those 5 are covered by 3.5 lengths and have gone 5 clear from Just Plain Pretty. And in last is Brahms is who? 8 lengths covers them, and they're chasing number 1 in the leading man. For the Love of Lydia nearly won. Right behind her, Lady Churchill begging for the light of day. Outside of that is Le Tub. Then we come to the far outside. Karolinka's finishing nicely. Here comes Le Tub to tackle For the Love of Lydia, who rebreaks For the Love of Lydia, and Le Tub to the wire together. Le Tub, numero uno. 3-1 and a photo in race 3.
couple minutes from a talented group taking to the track. 1 mile going to be the distance in here for race number 4, which does kick off today's $1 pick six. We are on a 2-day carryover for that pick six, so there's already other people's money along with my money in that pick six pool that you can win if you can string along 6 winners in a row. But you have to figure out the state-bred maiden group in here. A field of 8 will go 1 mile. Number 1 is Getcha for Lothenbach Stables. As they have a pair in here, I see 2 pair of Lothenbach Stables. Quincy Hamilton going to don Getcha in here. The 3-0 gelding by Astrology. A $20,000 purchase at the Keeneland sale. Makes the ultimate class drop in here from maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming should show big improvement today. But I'm going to play against Getcha, even though it's Paul Allen's top selection, and he did have 5 winners last night. He looks to keep the hot streak alive with Getcha. The 2 is Guest Check, the Butzos, and Valerie Lund with Carlo Lopez. A 5th-place finish last time out. Before that, a 3rd-place finish. This will be the 3rd time that they go 1 mile, continuing to improve each and every time they try this distance. However, they've been at this level, and there's some class droppers in here. We'll see if Guest Check can get the Butzos a paycheck at 13-1. The 3 is Shaquila's Destiny. Here's where my money's going to land. 5-1. A value play in here. The time last time out, not awfully fast, but did beat plenty in here, including me and Rose, who's currently 2-1 versus 5-1. If they go fast, I think Peter Madsen's hot streak continues, and it could get him off to an excellent start as he's got numerous opportunities for victories tonight, not only in race 4, but in stakes action later on. We'll see if Shaquila's Destiny can get Mr. Madsen's night started off well. But speaking of well, Roverton turned out awfully nice down here. Wins the beauty contest down on the paddock, and it's really not even close. If they run based on the looks, Roverton is going to win by daylight. 9-2, neck bowed, on the toes and on the muscle. It is hot and humid out, but you wouldn't know it by looking at Roverton, who could be the controlling speed in here for Lindy Wade. 9-2 on the good-looking Roverton. The 5 is me and Rose. Rye Eckleberry and Gary Shear trying to team up for a win in here. They just ran 3rd at 20-1 last race on the turf. They look to get their victory in here with me and Rose. The early money all went on the 5, 2-1 off that 4-1 morning line. We'll see if the early money, the smart money with me and Rose. The 6 is Has the Glory. Mrs. Kelsey Haar getting the call for Sue Wiley. Trying 1 mile for the first time today. Stretching it out. They were a late-running sprinter typically. Now they'll go the extra distance. We'll see if they can get it today. And the 7 is Honey Cowboy Socks. Dean Butler gets the call for Burnell Roan. Another one making the ultimate class drop. That class drop alone can force horses to show huge improvement. The breeding's certainly there. We'll see if the son of classy AJ's Honey can get the job done with Honey's Cowboy Socks. But it might be Boom Truck, the $57,000 2019 purchase. The other Lothenbach. The Lothenbach silks on the inside and the outside as the field of 8, all bred right here in Minnesota for Made in Minnesota Day, set to go 1 mile. 8 will go to the gate. 1 will return victorious, and hopefully it's you.
Go ahead there.
The 4th race will take off in approximately 7 minutes. These are Minnesota-bred maidens. They go 1 mile in race number 4. They'll kick off our $1 pick six. That's a 10% takeout wager, and over $3,700 was in the pool to start with that carryover from the past couple of days. In addition to the pick six, you can bet pick threes, doubles, exactas, trifectas, and 10-cent superfectas. Your race 4 favorite at the moment is in the middle. Me and Rose is about to go across your screens, and he is 6-5. Race number 4 is sponsored by Jim Beam. You may have seen a video either here at Canterbury Park or floating around on the internet of All Native a couple of weeks ago. If you missed that one and you want to check out the view from Alex Canterbury, he took us on a ride as well recently. Have a look at the big screen out here in the infield or on TV monitors and check it out.
Thank you. You're the best. Got a horseback!
No, I'm not good.
You're locked. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're locked. Go, go.
And they're off. Love and Bullies first to show speed quickly, joined by Grand Prize, the Minnesota bred, and from in between horses, Don't Pass the Pepper, trying to spice them up as they head past the judges and bank into that first turn. The last horse away is Apple Dapple. Into that turn they go, and Don't Pass the Pepper and Luis Negron are going to dictate terms here by a length. Grand Prize is right there stalking from second. First Mate in a good spot, just a length off in third. Then we come back to Love and Bullies, who's a handful right now for Cecily Evans. Inside of that one comes Lady Hideaway. Then back to Jen Take Charge and Apple Dapple content to sit in last. Just 6 lengths from those leaders. 23-3 for the opening quarter mile, and Don't Pass the Pepper, one of the longer shots on the board at 31-1, is leading it by about a length and a half. First Mate is poised to pounce in second. Grand Prize dressed up on the inside and waiting for that cue. Jen Take Charge has made steady progress. Then it's Love and Bullies, and on the outside, Apple Dapple's going for a run, and Lady Hideaway will need a way through as they bank around that turn. The field compact, all of these runners within 3 lengths of each other, and Don't Pass the Pepper now starting to feel the heat from First Mate. On the outside of horses comes Grand Prize. Inside, on the outside is Jen Take Charge, and here comes Apple Dapple. Apple Dapple to the outside. Lady Hideaway's charging. First Mate still there. Lady Hideaway, Apple Dapple. Lady Hideaway with a great ride on the inside from Apple Dapple. Lady Hideaway, Apple Dapple. It looked like Lady Hideaway.
Did you get it right?
I think so. Close.
Soul Man always finds a way to up his game, and we thank him for taking that camera, putting it on Alex Canterbury, and showing you what it's like from a jockey's perspective to go around that turf course. Now, before we get to race number 4, which will be on the main track, we just want to mention a couple of things coming up here at Canterbury, including the Indian Horse Relays coming on August 24th through the 26th. That is an event in itself. I wish we could hook up some cameras to that, because that is a cool display of horsemanship, and you'll want to check it out yourself. There's also an Indian Market nightly between 5 and 9 p.m. We also have the Canterbury Concert Series continuing on at the end of the month through the beginning of September. There's still tickets available online. CanterburyPark.com is where you find the information for that. August 21st, we have Daughtry. The 30th, Government Mule will be joining us. And to close things out on September 3rd, Blackberry Smoke. coming to Canterbury for the Canterbury Concert Series. The fourth race is coming up in a couple of minutes. You can see out here right up front. The gate is in place. They're almost to it. And you still have a favorite at 2-1 of Me and Rose, although he is rising in price. If you'd like to get in on that pick six, the pool is ever growing. They'll take off for it pretty quick.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate for race number 4. Thank you. It is now post time for race number 4. And we have 2 left to load. Roverton, Wheel have race 4 after these 2 go in, including Roverton and Boom Truck. About ready to wheel into action. They're racing to start the Canterbury pick six, and Roverton goes right to the lead at 4-1, but Getcha on the class drop at 2-1, flashes better early speed around the turn, and it is Getcha and the Locks of Quincy Hamilton striding away by 1.5. After that, Roverton now in third, overtaken by Has the Glory, and they're just about 1, maybe 2 lengths from the lead. Guest Check just had to check, did the guest. Fourth and about 5 out of it to the inside of Boom Truck. Then we come back to Honey's Cowboy Socks. That one is about 7 lengths from the front. Rider has the yellow colors. 3.5, 4 after that to Shaquila's Destiny. And the one in last is Me and Rose. They negotiate the Canterbury Park barn side, and they're chasing Getcha, who's headstrong. And Getcha leads by a length from Roverton. Outside of that, Has the Glory. Then we come back to Guest Check, 5 lengths out of it to the inside of Boom Truck. Shaquila's Destiny now 9, 10 out of it, shoved on hard, overtaken by Me and Rose, and Honey's Cowboy Socks tails off to the rear. And up top, it is Getcha on that class drop, trying to put a Q around race 4. Roverton and the leading man all over Getcha, and these two are locked in battle as they head for home. It is Roverton with the white blinker striding to the lead. Getcha trying to fight back on the inside, looking at Roverton, trying to say gotcha, but Roverton leads it. It's an ever-widening lead. Getcha giving everything, but Roverton gets the money at 2.5-1. 4-1-3 in race 4. Number 4, Roverton, ran first. 4-1-3-5 in race number 4. Clocked in 138.05. Results are unofficial. Kindly retain all mutual tickets until the results are declared official. Entering the winner's circle after winning the J. Pivic or Pivic purse, it is Roverton and Lindy Wade. Roverton was ridden by Lindy Wade, and the winning owners, Next Gen Racing, the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Roverton is a 3-year-old bay son of Teufelsberg out of Continuous Melody, bred in Minnesota by Windy Lee Farm. Roverton paid $720 in the J. Pivic or Pivic, and we welcome Jay to the racetrack. Exacta $1220, trifecta $1945. It was wheel all odds. Superfecta 11 and change, double $840. Second pick 4, $22.95. The fifth race takes us back to the firm turf course, and it begins the 50-cent pick 5. In race 5, number 2 Giant Gamble is ridden by Chad Lindsay. Scratch number 9, Company Store. And they're racing to start the Canterbury pick 6, and Roverton goes right to the lead at 4-1, but Getcha on the class drop at 2-1, flashes better early speed around the turn, and it is Getcha and the Locks of Quincy Hamilton striding away by 1.5. After that, Roverton now in third, overtaken by Has the Glory, and they're just about 1, maybe 2 lengths from the lead. Guest Check just had to check, did the guest. Fourth and about 5 out of it to the inside of Boom Truck. Then we come back to Honey's Cowboy Socks. That one is about 7 lengths from the front. Rider has the yellow colors. 3.5, 4 after that to Shaquila's Destiny. And the one in last is Me and Rose. They negotiate the Canterbury Park barn side, and they're chasing Getcha, who's headstrong. And Getcha leads by a length from Roverton. Outside of that, Has the Glory. Then we come back to Guest Check, 5 lengths out of it to the inside of Boom Truck. Shaquila's Destiny now 9, 10 out of it, shoved on hard, overtaken by Me and Rose, and Honey's Cowboy Socks tails off to the rear. And up top, it is Getcha on that class drop, trying to put a Q around race 4. Roverton and the leading man all over Getcha, and these two are locked in battle as they head for home. It is Roverton with the white blinker striding to the lead. Getcha trying to fight back on the inside, looking at Roverton, trying to say gotcha, but Roverton leads it. It's an ever-widening lead. Getcha giving everything, but Roverton gets the money at 2.5-1. 4-1-3 in race 4.
Roverton gets the job done at 5-2. This could be the best betting opportunity of the night, in my opinion. I know we've got some classy stakes action coming up in race number 6 with an all-stakes pick 4, but it doesn't get much better than this turf race. A big field on the turf going 5 furlongs in here to kick off the 10% takeout pick 5. It's only 50-cent play. The average payout so far over $2,000. The one is Hotfoot, 9-2 morning line. Currently chilly on the board at this point, 9-1 for Dick Capelucci, but he gets his guy Luis Fuentes. They're winning at 23%. We'll see if Hotfoot can get back to the success they had in 2020 with 4 victories. So far, 0 for 7 in 2021. The 2 is Giant Gamble. Do note Chad Lindsay picks up the call in here. War is off, Chad Lindsay on for Larry Donlin Jr. as he owns and trains this Iowa bred who's 9 years old but still consistently picking up paychecks. In fact, half the times they've gone to the track, they finished in the top 3 so far this year. We'll see if it can continue with Chad Lindsay. The 3 is Rocked His Way. I know KG gave this one out on KFan earlier today, and the green sheets have Rocked His Way right on top. Brian Velasquez owns and trains the Kentucky-bred 5-year-old by Tisway. Quincy Hamilton gets the call in here. Likes to be on the engine early. We'll see if they can find the lead. If not, sit just off of it. Canterbury off. Hamilton on, 7-1. The 4 is St. Beretta. This one hasn't been seen since August 1st of 2019. Clinton Stewart and Luis Valenzuela as Clinton training for his wife Georgie in here with St. Beretta. They've been patient with this one. They get to see what they have and if their patience pays off in here. In fact, claim this one back from $15,000 as well. So St. Beretta trying to return on their trust at 24-1. But all the money has gone on that good-looking gray C-Dub for Lindy Wade. And why not? 3 for 9 so far this year. But the problem with C-Dub, if there is a problem, it goes up in class ever so slightly, but is winless on the turf. This race is on the turf. First click, $2,000 to win an Empire Racing Stable C-Dub, who is oh so game last time out, but does try the turf where he's winless. We'll see if he can do something he's never done in his career thus far. Even money on C-Dub. I'm going to try and find some value in here with P Club. Kelsey Har gets the call in here for Ryan Kenny, 7-1 on the board. I thought this horse finished very well last time out. The distance was the question mark going 7.5 furlongs, and I thought P Club handled the distance just fine, should be all right in here, and if they go fast early, P Club might be rolling by late at 7-1. The 7 is Epic Drama. Sanderson Stables, they own and train this 7-year-old. Rye Eckleberry gets the call in here. Another who likes to be on the lead, but they can be tactical. There's plenty of pace in here. We'll see if Rye Eckleberry opts to go to the lead or not. But the speed of the speed could come from the outside in Rusty Cage at 18-1. Negron gets the call on his best day, Rusty Cage. There's no one faster. We'll see if the endurance will follow. And the 10 is the very outside with Superior's boy, Alonzo Quinones for Mike Beeler in here. Didn't really show much last time out. Was in a good spot. Didn't kick on with it. Third rider in the last 3 starts. Now they get the tricky post in post number 10. I'm going to try a value play. Maybe it's P Club over C-Dub. We'll see if Paul Allen can navigate the tongue twister. But the handicapping twister is a challenging one at that as we kick off the 10% takeout pick 5. Good luck.
A handicapping puzzle indeed starts in 6 minutes, and it's without its main track only entrant, Company Store. It's still a very good field of 9 to kick off this pick 5. It's a 10% takeout pick 5. In addition, you can bet pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and 10-cent supers. They go 5 furlongs on the turf in here. It's a $7,500 claimer. Change the jockey on number 2, Giant Gamble, to Chad Lindsay. That's the extent of the changes in this 5th race, which is sponsored by Pepsi. It'll take off in about 5 minutes, and Brian Aragoni, as he does each day, has been kind enough to put together a pick 5 ticket for this sequence. This is by far one of the more perplexing races through the sequence as we start off stakes racing for our Minnesota breds coming up next. We'll see what he thinks in a couple of minutes. Good luck if you're going to play the pick 5.
Just 4 minutes away from this pick 5. It's the Maker's Mark 10% takeout pick 5. My good friend Randy Robinson, it's his favorite wager of the day is this pick 5 in here. And it starts out with a challenging race. There's no doubt about it. This race is difficult to navigate through. As you can see in our current pick 5 pool calculator, almost $40,000 in the pick 5 pool already to begin with. I'd suspect this pick 5 has potential to get up near $75,000, if not $90,000. You'd be amazed at how high it will rise. It's beginning right now at just under $40,000. It starts out with what I thought was the most challenging race on the entire card. I'm going to go as deep as I can in here. 6 deep, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. We're going to try and catch a price. Maybe it could come from Rusty Cage at 16-1. Star Tribune's got that one right on top. Siberia's Boy had some flat races but could bounce back in a big way. And P Club, you never know when P Club beats C Dub how high this pick 5 could potentially pay, even though it looks filled with favorites. In race number 6, we got the big money coming out. $100,000 Minnesota Derby in race number 6 kicks off an all-stakes pick 4 with over $300,000 in purse money set to be given out. I'm going to single the Alligator Hunter. This horse took on Older last time out and was awfully game. Did get defeated that day, but technically finished the race first. Interfered with Minnesota Miracle, who ran second that day, but I think the Alligator Hunter should appreciate being back in with 3-year-olds, has tactical speed, doesn't necessarily need the lead. Alonzo Quinones and Tim Padilla strictly the one to beat with the Alligator Hunter. Race number 7 will go out for the $100,000 Minnesota Oaks. I believe we're one of the only tracks who actually run the Oaks prior to the Derby, or the Derby prior to the Oaks. Usually you see the Oaks go prior to the Derby, but not today. We'll go the Derby and then the Oaks. 3, 4, 6, and 7 in here. Star of the North, 7 out of the last 8. She has to lose at some point, right? But I've said that same thing the last 3 races, and she continues to impress each and every start. Star of the North, strictly the one to beat, but maybe not the one to bet in here. Owen's Pleasure deserves upside, going 2 turns for the first time. Along with that would be Nice, who's going to be overlooked, going to be double digits in here, and only lost to Star of the North by 4-1, but should be 4 or 5 times the price. 3, 4, 6, and 7 in race number 7 as we go to race number 8. The Wally's Choice, a huge scratch out of here. Love My Boss, along with your outside runner in Minnesota Miracle. I think Drop of Golden Sun has it his own way on the front end and looks to play Catch Me If You Can, as Alonzo Quinones could be sitting on a big day if things play out how they look on paper. As we go into race number 9, take out Clickbait, and Defend the Rose. Mac Robertson entered in 4. Why run 4 when just 2 will do? He still remains with Ready to Run Away and Shabam. But we're going to try Ready to Run Away along with an outsider, hot as a pistol. went off at 19-1 just a few weeks ago and won like a good thing. That was going 6 furlongs. They'll stretch out. These horses go in and out of form rather quickly. Hot as a Pistol could be trending in the right direction, but the Classy Ready to Run Away and the Claim of a Lifetime should be the one to beat in here. It's a $24 play. It's the Maker's Mark, and it's stakes action coming up at Canterbury Park. So we're just 1 minute away from an excellent pick 5. Good luck.
It's post time. Post time for race number 5. Last one in, Superior's Boy. Happy 90th birthday, Nana. Nana's at Canterbury celebrating a birthday, and they're racing. And Hot Foot was slow foot out of the gate, and jetting on for the lead from the 8th spot is Rusty Cage. Between them is Epic Drama. Then on the inside, the veteran Giant Gamble at age 9, overtaken by Superior's Boy and joined by C Dub to the outside. Then we come to St. Beretta at 1,000,000 to 7 lengths from it. That one's to the inside of the 9-year-old P Club. Then it's Hot Foot still with a cold foot second last, and Rock Tisway beginning to run on from 9 lengths out of it. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Between them is Rusty Cage. On the inside is Epic Drama. Outside of that, Superior's Boy. Even farther out is P Club. And between them, the gray C Dub finishing nicely at 8-5. C Dub looking for the dub. C Dub gets the money. 5-6 and a photo. Number 5, C-Dub, ran first. 5, 6, 8, 7. Happy 90th birthday, Nana. Celebrating it here at Canterbury Park. We had a claim in race number 5, a $7,500 claim. Number 7, Epic Drama, was claimed. The new owner-trainer, Wade Rarick. Number 7, Epic Drama, changes barns, claimed for $7,500. Rarick. The 5th race is official. Superfecta, 151, make that 161 and change. The double from race 4. Check that. The pick 3, 16 and change. Pick 4, 83.70. 4 of 4, 83.70. The $1 exacta 5-6, $20. On to race number 6. This is the $100,000 Minnesota Derby. It begins a pick 4 anew. No scratches, no rider changes, main track fast. Minnesota Derby time, 23 minutes from now. Number 5, C-Dub, receiving a well-deserved bath for his toil. In the winner's enclosure, it is C-Dub and Lindy Wade, the newest Minnesota Vikings fan at the track. C-Dub is owned by Empire Racing and the winning trainer, Robertino Diodoro. Nana's at Canterbury celebrating a birthday, and they're racing. And Hot Foot was slow foot out of the gate, and jetting on for the lead from the 8th spot is Rusty Cage. Between them is Epic Drama. Then on the inside, the veteran Giant Gamble at age 9, overtaken by Superior's Boy and joined by C-Dub to the outside. Then we come to St. Beretta at 1,000,000 to 1, 7 lengths from it. That one's to the inside of the 9-year-old P Club. Then it's Hot Foot still with a cold foot second last, and Rock Tisway beginning to run on from 9 lengths out of it. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Between them is Rusty Cage. On the inside is Epic Drama. Outside of that, Superior's Boy. Even farther out is P Club. And between them, the gray C-Dub finishing nicely at 8-5. C-Dub looking for the dub. C-Dub gets the money. 5-6 and a photo. Hey, Minnesota Maid Day moves into the stakes racing portion of the equation. Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. This is the Ballyhooed Minnesota Derby for $100,000. The 3-5 favorite is this guy. The Alligator Hunter has become quite good at taking chunks out of adversaries, not as in savaging, but winning races that include big purses. Like this, the Victor S. Myers on a wet track. Now, the Alligator Hunter faced open company around 2 turns last start and was DQ'd, getting a little goofy in the stretch. The Alligator Hunter should be prohibitively favored in the Minnesota Derby, ridden by Alonso Quinones, and is definitely going to be a handful as they are about to head into the paddock for the Minnesota Derby. We go to Brian Aragoni, the analyst. B.A., the Alligator Hunter, how do you handle him?
He's a beast on the track. We're one of the only tracks that runs the Derby prior to the Oaks here at Canterbury Park. The $100,000 Minnesota Derby does kick off these 4 stakes races, but the Alligator Hunter certainly going to be a handful in here for this field of 6 with the distance. 1 mile and 70 yards down on the inside is going to be Outrun 'em. This 3-year-old gelding hoping to live up to the name in here by Flat Out, but it's a maiden in the Derby. Wouldn't it be cool to get your maiden-breaking score in here with $100,000 on the line? We'll see if Outrun 'em and Negron can lull them to sleep against this field, but the 2 Bayou Benny is awfully quick. Lightly raced is always a good sign for a 3-year-old in here who stretches out for the first time. This will be the first time they take on 2 turns. Bayou Benny is bred to run all day. Found the mud a little bit tough to task last time out, but was heavily bet. Do note, Bayou Benny went off below 2-1 against the Alligator Hunter. Everyone knew what the Alligator Hunter was. They didn't know the talent that Bayou Benny necessarily had. Ran well, but couldn't go with the Alligator Hunter late. We'll see if the extra distance changes the game at 7-2, but I'm going to try the Alligator Hunter. He is tested, stakes tested, 2 turns tested. He's literally done everything that Peter Madsen and Tim Padilla have asked of him thus far, and Alonso Quinones, a great rider. This horse can go to the lead or sit off of it. If Bayou Benny wants to go early, the Alligator Hunter just going to track right off of him. We'll see if the Hunter can hunt this field down at 3-5 on the board, strictly the one to beat. The 4 is Soda King, this 3-year-old colt by American Pharoah, a Kentucky Derby winning sire, but not only a Kentucky Derby winning sire, also a Triple Crown winning sire in here for Soda King and Suzanne Stables. The sky's the limit. The breeding is there. We'll see if the talent's there as well, but could not look any better down here in the walking ring. I love what I see from Soda King, who got the experience last time out, now stretches out with Izzy Hernandez, and the blinkers go on. The 5 is Kids Inheritance. If they do go fast early, Kids Inheritance should go rolling by late. You've got the veteran rider in Quincy Hamilton and Joel Byrne, who could get an excellent pace setup as Soda King acts up just a little bit. Those blinkers on, trying to figure out where the bridle path is. He's on his way now, as Kids Inheritance could get a great trip with Quincy Hamilton and bring the Lothenbachs a Minnesota Derby winner in here. And on the outside, it's Last Martini, Carlo Lopez, and Mike Bueller. This one was beaten by 14 lengths by the Alligator Hunter just on August 1st, but it's not raced on paper. They'll run it and settle it on the track as the field of 6 goes out for this all-stakes pick 4 and will crown the Minnesota Derby champion. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome Mr. Glenn Miller to the winner's circle. Mr. Miller has exchanged his clarinet for a horn to provide us the call to the post. Glenn Miller, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. He created In the Mood. Thank you, Glenn. Now they walk onto the track for the 2021 Minnesota Derby for $100,000, and here they are. Number 1 is Outrun 'Em with Luis Negron. The Rampatarats own the horse, and Roop is the trainer. Number 2 is Bayou Benny, ridden by Rye Eccleberry. Benny is owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, the trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Number 3 is the Victor S. Myers champion. He is the Alligator Hunter and Alonzo Quinones, owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla, Tim Trains. Number 4 is American Pharaoh's Kid. He is Soda King, owned by Suzanne Stables and trained by Tony Rengstorff. Israel Hernandez has the call. Quincy Hamilton rides number 5, Kid's Inheritance, for Lothenbach Stables, the trainer, Joe Burnt. And number 6 is Last Martini and Carlo Lopez. This one is owned by Dorothy Urban, Jim Picar, and Les and Dawn. The trainer is Mike Beeler. That's the 6-pack for the Minnesota Derby. They ramble for $100,000 5 minutes from now.
Give it to who?
On screen right now, you'll see the Alligator Hunter. He is BA's Budweiser Hammer Time for the evening. And right now you'll get 4 to 5 Michael Lower as this one comes off his his first route where he finished first. Stewards got involved as he spooked at the infield tote board and decided to take a right in the stretch, but certainly proved that he can handle all of that ground, and he'll try it again today. Right now you see 4 to 5 on the Alligator Hunter, but again, the money will probably continue to come in on this one for the Derby. That's the Budweiser Hammer Time. And I've reached a new low for the cost in the pick 4, that is. We have a total of 22 in the next 4 races. There are going to be some odds-on favorites, as the Alligator Hunter is right now. And when it comes to these Minnesota Stakes, especially with these older horses, they just have established form. So I didn't use too many in here. I did single the Alligator Hunter. A lot of people are going to go along with that. If you don't like the Alligator Hunter, you don't think that he can handle this as well as some of his competition, you're going to get a very good price, and you're going to separate yourself pretty easily in this pick 4, as the Alligator Hunter has taken the money from start to finish, and he is your current 4 to 5 favorite. Over to the Oaks, I didn't know if they were going to bet anybody else besides Star of the North. She could be around the same neighborhood as the Alligator Hunter. She'll probably be even lower when all is said and done. But I used Molly's Angel in there just because of her recent route experience against older horses. A lot of these run against each other week in and week out. It's hard for them to find spots without finding each other, so they've established form. But this is not a group that has all run together all the time. Molly's Angel is the only other one that I used besides Star of the North. And that's what's going to make it $1 instead of 50 cents. Going on to the Wally's Choice, More scratches in here change things, especially the pace, so I single Drop of Golden Sun. I know that Cinco Star to his outside probably is not going to let him get away, but when Drop of Golden Sun gets into a fight, more often than not, he wins. I'm going to see if he can take him wire to wire. He might be the second choice in there, but I would expect him and Cinco Star to probably be swimming around the same price on the board when all is said and done. Moving on to race number 9. More scratches in there, and 2 of them are from the same barn as Ready to Run Away. Leaves us with a field of 4, and one that she has faced a couple of times before. But Ready to Run Away has done a lot of different things over the years. Now she is going 2 turns again, just like she did in the Minnesota Turf Distaff, which came off the grass. But she was very impressive that day and really showed that she has gotten herself back on track. She's 11 for 14 on this main track. The only other 3 times she's run second. She's just very, very good when she is at home. And she's going to be a popular single too. If you can find a way to beat either one of these 2 in either the 6th or the 9th, you're going to get a good price and you're going to get a good payoff. You'll find them at the gate in 2 minutes for the Minnesota Derby. They are getting ever closer, and the price is still going down on the Alligator Hunter. Good luck in the late pick 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, analyst Brian Aragoni is down on the finish line on the main track for last-second thoughts on the Minnesota Derby.
The Alligator Hunter does look tough to beat in here, but 2 horses that I'm interested to see what they do from a strategy perspective would be Bayou Benny. Still lightly raced. In both career starts, he did go to the lead. Do they opt to take back, or do they want to continue to try and bring it to the Alligator Hunter early and often? And then you've got Soda King. This one is well-bred. The son of American Pharaoh hopped at the start in the lone career debut. So you don't really know if he has early speed or not. People think Soda King may not, but he had a ton of trouble going 6.5 furlongs. Now he'll stretch out to the 1 mile distance. Could Soda King with the blinkers on show more pace and all of a sudden put the Alligator Hunter and Alonso Quinones in a tough spot? A horse on the outside forcing you to show speed, potentially a little race riding. It may be only a field of 6, but this horse is the real deal, and the jockeys know that as well. They're running for the big money, and they don't want to let the Alligator Hunter get away with an easy lead. He's already talented enough. He doesn't need any help, and you can bet that these riders are going to try and put Alonso Quinones and the Alligator Hunter in the meat grinder early and often, but we'll see if they have the speed to do so. The Alligator Hunter, the one to beat, as the field of 6 approaching the gate for the $100,000 Minnesota Derby.
And the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It is now post time for the 33rd running of the Minnesota Derby. Those of you on track, those of you online, thank you very much for watching and wagering on racing at Canterbury Park. The Minnesota Derby, Canterbury Immortality. Hall of Famer Blair's Cove won it in '88. Larry Melanson was the winning rider. Irish Acres Farm came back in '89, won it again with a nice lark. And Donna Barton, Northern Playboy, captured it last year with Rye Eccleberry. Rye is aboard Bayou Benny 2-1. The Alligator Hunter is 1-2. Kids Inheritance, who won on Father's Day, 6-1. The Alligator Hunter next in line.
We got a horseback.
Last in, last martini.
Still out, guys. Still out.
Hey.
Still out.
It's the Minnesota Derby. And they're racing for $100,000 in the 33rd Minnesota Derby at Canterbury Park. And the prohibitive favorite, the super talented, the Alligator Hunter, popped nicely, but now drifts out to lane 5. While on the lead, the Alligator Hunter is picking up the tempo, now joined by Soda King to the inside as Quinones gets the Alligator Hunter down to path 4, conspicuously still wide around the turn, and Soda King is to his inside. Kids Inheritance looking to scoop chips from about 3 lengths out of it to the outside of Bayou Benny. After that, it is Outrun 'em. That one's to the inside of Last Martini, the last horse, and 6 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go in the 33rd Minnesota Derby. The Alligator Hunter at 2-5 has company in the shape of American Pharaoh's Kids, Soda King. Right behind them is Bayou Benny, covered up by Kids Inheritance. Then it's Outrun 'em, and Last Martini is being shoved on very hard, and the Alligator Hunter cuts. Soda King does the moonwalk, and Bayou Benny's making a big move on the favorite on the inside. Eccleberry shoved on Bayou Benny to challenge the Alligator Hunter, and these two are locked in battle as they run away from Kids Inheritance, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and still extremely wide. The Alligator Hunter is drifting out badly. Bayou Benny given every opportunity, but is not good enough to beat the Alligator Hunter, who comes zigging inside now, and Bayou Benny goes outside. This erratic shopping cart, the Alligator Hunter, has won the Derby for now. Inquiry, hold all tickets. Inquiry, hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, the steward's inquiry involves the winner, the Alligator Hunter, for multiple moves during the stretch, mid-stretch and deep stretch. The track referees, our stewards, are going to analyze the stretch run and determine if Bayou Benny was cost a better placing in the Minnesota Derby. Please hold all tickets until the results are official. The angles you see on the big screen in the infield and TV monitors are the angles our track referees are looking at now. The Alligator Hunter, the unofficial winner, number 3, is the one zigging and zagging. And the stewards are going to analyze these maneuvers and determine if the Derby winner should be disqualified. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no change to the final order of finish. 3-2-5-6. We'll take a look at the replay and explain the steward's standpoint. Now, you see the Alligator Hunter make that aggressive right, far left of your screen. When he comes down now on Bayou Benny, he did so while clear of Benny. He's clear of number 2, Bayou Benny. Now, the next infraction right there was after the finish line, the race was over. So in the estimation of the track stewards, Bayou Benny was not cost a better placing. He was not cost a victory in the Derby. That maneuver right there, the Alligator Hunter, is a length and change clear. This one here is after the wire, thus there is no change in the Derby. Canterbury Park welcomes Mark Irving to the winner's circle. Mark won the Minnesota Derby in 2000 aboard Croc Rock for owner Dale Shenian and trainer Francisco Bravo. Mark is presenting the trophy to the winning connections of this year's Minnesota Derby. 3-2-5-6, soon to be official. There were no claims. The Derby is official. Entering the winner's enclosure, the 2021 Minnesota Derby champions, the Alligator Hunter and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. The winning trainer is Tim Padilla. The Alligator Hunter, a multiple stakes winner, is a 3-year-old chestnut son of Overanalyze out of Garden Gloves, bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Exacta and trifecta, $2 and change. The superfecta, buck and change, 5-3 double, $4.80. Pick 3 from race 4, $13.95. Race 7 is the Minnesota Oaks. Number 2, Hunter's Magic, is ridden by Luis Fuentes. Post time is 22 minutes from now. Brian Aragoni is in the winner's circle with the Alligator Hunters owner, Pete Matson, and the jockey, Alonzo Quinones.
Some tense moments down here in the winner's circle with that one, but the instructions look clear. I want to talk about the beginning of the race. You broke from post number 3, but the instructions look to stay wide into that first turn.
Well, that was kind of like the idea, you know. I was trying to get a good break, or play the break at least. You know, if I break good, I'm going to have figure out a plan, maybe try to stay away from everybody and try not to bother anybody like last time. He broke so good, I'm like, okay, I'm going to stay right here, 3 wide. I'm not going to be on anybody's way. Turning for home, I was still 3 wide, so I'm like, okay, it's time to go. He was just zigzagging. I'm like, come on, man, get you running together. Come on. So he was just keep trying to look inside and get out a little bit. So I just keep him busy, you know, with my right hand, with my whip on the right hand. And then all of a sudden he went in. I grabbed him, and then he put the brakes, and then he came back running. That's when the other horse, right on the wire, right after the wire, that's when he kind of just clipped my heels. But I'm like, I'm trying my best. I don't know what to do. I don't know what else I can do.
A great ride and a very patient one at that with Alonso Quinones. But Pete, how's the blood pressure medicine treating up and holding up right now?
It's working.
I hope so. That was quite the journey down the lane. What were your emotions going on? You take the lead, look like you're going to run away like an easy thing, then things got a little dicey at the end.
Well, they were good until the inquiry sign came up. That was a little hair-raising.
Well, this is a horse you've always thought had talent, had stakes race in the second career debut. After winning the debut, went to the stakes race, now this one. You've won 5 in a row, including the Minnesota Derby.
Well, there's more to run. So we think this horse can do a lot more, too. So we're pretty excited about him.
Peter Madsen having himself an awesome year, and now he's got the Minnesota Derby on his mantle as well with the Alligator Hunter, the $100,000 Minnesota Oaks coming up next.
And they're racing for $100,000 in the 33rd Minnesota Derby at Canterbury Park. And the prohibitive favorite, the super talented, the Alligator Hunter, popped nicely, but now drifts out to lane 5. While on the lead, the Alligator Hunter is picking up the tempo, now joined by Soda King to the inside as Quinones gets the Alligator Hunter down to path 4, conspicuously still wide around the turn, and Soda King is to his inside. Kid's Inheritance looking to scoop chips from about 3 lengths out of it to the outside of Bayou Benny. After that, it is Outrun 'em. That one's to the inside of Last Martini, the last horse, and 6 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go in the 33rd Minnesota Derby. The Alligator Hunter at 2-5 has company in the shape of American Pharaoh's Kid, Soda King. Right behind them is Bayou Benny, covered up by Kid's Inheritance. Then it's Outrun 'em, and Last Martini is being shoved on very hard, and the Alligator Hunter cuts. Soda King does the moonwalk, and Bayou Benny's making a big move on the favorite on the inside. Eckleberry shoved on Bayou Benny to challenge the Alligator Hunter, and these two are locked in battle as they run away from Kid's Inheritance, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and still extremely wide. The Alligator Hunter is drifting out badly. Bayou Benny given every opportunity, but is not good enough to beat the Alligator Hunter, who comes zigging inside now, and Bayou Benny goes outside. This erratic shopping cart, the Alligator Hunter, has won the Derby for now. Holy cow. Needed a stiff drink after that one. Wow. The Alligator Hunter wins the 33rd Derby. Now we go on to the Minnesota Oaks, also for $100,000. And winning this one absolutely goes through this girl, Star of the North. She's won 7 consecutive races, ridden by Rye Eccleberry for Mike Grossman and trainer Francisco Bravo. Star of the North is a 5-time stakes champion, and in her most recent start, she tested 2 turns for the first time in her career and handled it with aplomb. Star of the North is no longer a star on the rise. She's a star on the scene. She's rich, she's Minnesotan, and she's also 1-9. Brian Aragoni, our analyst in the Dark Star press box. After what we just saw in the Minnesota Derby, I guess all we can ask is for Star of the North or whomever to run straight. I need a stiff drink, man. I don't know about you.
You might need some more stiff drinks because Star of the North in the past has had the tendency to be a little bit quirky. As you see on your screen now, actually Rye Eccleberry is getting aboard your heavily bet favorite at 1-9. A little bit unusual, but in the past, Star of the North has had issues down here in the paddock. So like you'll see on your screen, your heavily bet favorite, who, yes, has won the last 7 in a row, the only defeat coming in the career debut, will go out to the track with Rye Eccleberry alone. Without the rest of the field, they will all be down here with the riders, the owners in the paddock, and Star of the North, all eyes on this good-looking 3-year-old filly by the Hunk, who's won 7 in a row. Now the big money. She's handled herself very nicely to this point. And right now, she's cool, calm, and collected. I'm sure Francisco Bravo and their team breathing a sigh of relief as she exits the paddock, the saddling enclosure, just like a true champ in the pro that she's been, including winning the Francis Genter, the MTA Stallion Auction, 4 stakes in a row. Then an allowance company. Now on your screen, Molly's Angel trying to ruin that 7-race win streak. And Molly's Angel has tried a little bit of everything. Sprinting on the dirt, 2 turns on the turf, now goes turf to dirt. One of my favorite handicapping angles is turf to dirt, and you get Peter Mattson, Tim Padilla, and Alonso Quinones. These exact same connections just got a sigh of relief with winning the Minnesota Derby. Now they'll try and get the double, the Derby and the Oaks, and they've got an opportunity with Molly's Angel, who has back-to-back third-place finishes, but they came on the turf. They'll try 2 turns on the dirt for the first time today, whereas Molly's Angel is 1 for 6 on the main track, 12-1 on the Angel. That is Molly. The 2 is 26-1. Hunter's Magic. Fuentes gets the call. Alfredo Juarez off. Fuentes gets the mount in here. You see the side pieces and the shadow roll as well for Hunter's Magic. Hopefully they think the Litvins have something figured out with Hunter's Magic. You see that one all dialed up with plenty of equipment changes and had some big gallop outs. Back-to-back second-place finishes, both at 5 furlongs on the turf and a mile on the turf. Should be able to handle the distance, and that's something that is a question mark for many of them in here. Tries the dirt for the first time today. We'll see if the 3-year-old filly can make Litvin an Oaks winner at a big price. But all the money's going on Star of the North, and why not? She's won 7 in a row. She acted cool, calm, and collected. She is strictly the one to beat, but maybe not the one to bet, because a good one that is providing value at this point is Owen's Pleasure. It's Peter Mattson, but this time he's going to try and team up with Hall of Fame trainer David Van Winkle. Chad Lindsay gets the call. They've tried 2 turns on the turf. It didn't go so great, but the turf is not where Owen's Pleasure ultimately wants to be. It's the dirt. We'll see if Owen's Pleasure can handle the distance today. As a sprinter, likes to be a late runner, a closer. Doesn't really start picking up the pace until they turn for home. We'll see if Chad Lindsay can time it right with Owen's Pleasure for Pete Mattson. The 5 is Maiden Rock. 1 for 9. That lone win came at the maiden claiming ranks at Delta Downs. It was also previously trained by Chris Richard. Bruce Reekin trying to turn a $20,000 claim with his guy, Tony Didier, into a $100,000 Oaks winner. They'll see if they can do so today with the good-looking Maiden Rock. The 6 is Hell of the North for Rake Farms, a homebred in here, a 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy and Sky of Sea. She's trying to make her mama proud. Sky and Sea was plenty talented here at Canterbury Park. We'll see if she can be a talented broodmare as well. With Hell of the North, you get the Hall of Fame connections in Bernal Roan and Dean Butler. 3 wins from 7 starts, and you're getting 6-1 on the board. That is a rare occurrence in the 7 rounds out the field. That would be nice for Tony Ringstorff. A tough defeat in the Derby. Can he get his return on investment in here in the Oaks? Izzy Hernandez going to be calling the shots. Only lost by 4 lengths to Star of the North, but 1-9 versus 34-1. on a horse who only needs to make up 4 lengths, and they're all lightly raced as the filly is going to settle it out on the track, 1.70 miles to dispute the Minnesota Oaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the call to the post for the Minnesota Oaks, Sir Leonard Dykert. Walking onto the track for the 33rd Minnesota Oaks, a $100,000 stakes race, and here they are. Number 1 is Molly's Angel, the rider Alonso Quinones, the owner Pete Matson, and the trainer Tim Padilla. Number 2 is Mary Moberg's Hunter's Magic and Luis Fuentes, the trainer Nevada Litfin. Rye Eccleberry rides the favored filly Star of the North, came out onto the track several minutes before the rest. Star of the North is owned by Mike Grossman and trained by Francisco Bravo. Number 4 is Owen's Pleasure. This filly is owned by Pete Matson, trained by David Van Winkle. In the irons, Chad Lindsay. Number 5 is Maiden Rock, and our leading rider, Lindy Wade. The owner, Anthony Didier. The trainer, Bruce Rican. Burnell Roan trains number 6, Hell of the North. Dean Butler rides for Rake Farms. And number 7, That Would Be Nice, and Israel Hernandez. Victor Morales owns, Tony Rengstorff trains. Those 7 head to the gate for the 33rd running of the Minnesota Oaks. It's 3 minutes from now. There is the favored filly, Star of the North. She left the paddock about 4 minutes before her rivals. Mike Grossman owns, Francisco Bravo trains. Rye Eccleberry, who just took a tough beat in the Derby, has Star of the North poised up by the quarter pole. The Oaks in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, down by the finish line, a minute and a half in front of the Oaks, it is Miss Angela Herman.
We have another heavy favorite on track, and she does come out before the rest of the field, but she looked pretty good when she came onto track. She maintained her composure pretty well. She was trotting a little bit on her toes when she got out here, but Star of the North looks every part of your odds-on favorite on track. Now, I will say there were a few that were getting kind of hot out here. It's not a really warm night anymore. It's a little bit humid, but most of them are staying composed pretty well. Hunter's Magic's a little bit on the lighter side. She got herself kind of riled up, but it's only her third start. Her first two were pretty good, and she did get a little warm this time around. Owen's Pleasure and Molly's Angel, both of the Matson horses looking to complete the sweep of the 3-year-old races, looked very good when they came onto track. Owen's Pleasure especially very, very mellow when she got out here. Hell of the North got a little bit warm, and that would be nice, kind of agitated in the post parade. Maybe that's just them, but that's what I observed when they came out onto the track. But for the most part, everybody is behaving like the stakes caliber fillies that they are with a minute to post. Now, they are on the other end of the track, not a real heavy warm-up into anybody, and it looks like the same sort of pace presence that's been in the Star of the North's races up here this year is going to be here again. That's why she is 1-5 on the board. I don't know if anybody can really keep up with her early, and nobody has kept up with her late. We'll see who decides that they want to go take on that mission. Star of the North now clicks up to 2-5, but everybody, again, is behaving themselves pretty well. You can see Hell of the North on the track right now. She did get a little warm around the shoulders, kind of going with the same sort of thing right now. She is getting warm. It is hot out here. I mean, it's not that hot out here tonight, but it is warmer than, I believe, the last time she was out here. Hell of the North is 5-1. You're only getting 2-5 on Star of the North. These two taking the majority of the money in the field. Owen's Pleasure, like I said, looks very good on track, looks very calm, and she is the next closest in range at 6-1. You can see her on the screen, still maintaining her composure very well. That would be nice. Just behind her was the other one that I noticed got a little bit riled when she came onto the track. That's all I got down here, Paul. You have a better view than I do, and they are getting closer to the gate. Anything you'd like to add?
And Star of the North is 2-5. Big show action coming in on this favorite filly. You know, it's interesting to note that when she tried 2 turns last time, Star of the North trying 2 turns for the first time, she won by 4 lengths and change. She's a very underrated filly in that her final time was 139 and change. And, you know, before that in the Francis Genter and the MTA Stallion auction, the handicappers, or those with whom I chat, they're still questioning how good the filly is, maybe because of her times or competition or lack thereof. And I chatted yesterday with Rye Eccleberry, her rider, about that exact point, and said to Rye, it's not Star of the North's fault who she's beating and who she's facing. The bottom line is she's won 7 in a row, and she's 7 of 8 and has made $261,000. So she's the one to beat. Hell of the North trying 2 turns for the first time. She's run at 7/8. Her rider, Dean Butler, is a Hall of Famer. And much like what analyst Brian Aragoni said into the Derby with the Alligator Hunter, I think these riders will do their very best to keep Star of the North in their sights and try to make her life as difficult as possible. The question is, are they good enough for the balance of the race to do it at the 7/8, the 3/4, the half, the 3/8, and keep it up for the duration of the race? Star of the North is a super, super talented filly. Rye Eccleberry, our champion jockey last year, knows her inside and out. And I'm with you, Angela. It's not hot, but it is sticky. And in looking at Star of the North now, she looks to be a picture of beauty.
Well, she kind of looks like herself. When she comes out onto the track early, she's been a little excitable her whole life. You just want consistency. This is just her. She doesn't look like she's acting out of character. Really doesn't look like anybody is acting out of character. And I guess that's what I look for on track as opposed to anything else. If they're really being good, they're really being bad. But she is just kind of being herself. And I agree with you, Star of the North, very much the one to beat. And, I mean, you mentioned they can't keep up with her. They can't keep up with her early. Basically, if somebody decides that they want to go eye to eye with her early, they could be sacrificing their race. A lot of these horses by nature have been closers. So I opted to put Molly's Angel in second. You're getting 11-1 on her. She was interesting to me from the standpoint that she's never gone 2 turns on the main track. That's what lured me the most to her. I thought maybe she would be one of the closest ones in range. She looks very good on the track. And if you're looking for an alternative to Star of the North, that would be what I would go with.
It is now post time for the Minnesota Oaks as they move in line. Star of the North, 2-5 and favored. The Minnesota Oaks first was run at Canterbury Downs in 1988. A couple of Hall of Famers went back-to-back, 88 and 89, Princess Elaine and Northbound Pride. When Canterbury Park opened in 1995, Argenti won the Oaks with Luis Quinones as the winning rider. His brother Alonzo already has won the Derby and is trying to take down the Oaks with Molly's Angel. Francisco Bravo, who trained Star of the North, also trained Argenti. Hot as a Pistol won it last year with Alonzo Quinones, and we're ready to roll. And they're racing in the $100,000 Minnesota Oaks, and Star of the North immediately jets off to the lead. Hell of the North, who is stretching out for the first time in her career. She heads around the turn trying to keep Star of the North in her sights, and Eccleberry has Star of the North out in path 3. Butler has Hell of the North on the stretch out right behind her. Alonzo Quinones trying to win the Derby in the Oaks, 3 lengths from the lead to the inside of That Would Be Nice as they corner. 7 lengths after that, it is Maiden Rock, who is third last. Owen's Pleasure beginning to advance, 9 out of it, and the one at the tail is the Maiden, Hunter's Magic. Up the barn side they go in the 100 grand Minnesota Oaks, and Star of the North is doing it leisurely. She leads at 3/4, maybe a half. Hell of the North trying to wreak havoc on this heavy favorite. Molly's Angel is sequestered. Outside of that, That Would Be Nice. Then we come to Owen's Pleasure, about 7 lengths from the lead. Star of the North cuts and opens up by 2. Star of the North, not asked for run yet, leads it clearly. It's a length and change. Hell of the North is giving everything she has and attempting to join. Molly's Angel is absolutely on her game, and she has nowhere to go. Owen's Pleasure is jumping into action. And after that, it is Hunter's Magic as they come down the stretch. And it is Molly's Angel spreading the wings, taking the lead, and running away. Molly's Angel at 9-1 provides Pete Matson, Tim Padilla, and Alonzo Quinones with a Derby Oaks sweep. Well done, young lady. Number 1, Molly's Angel, is the Minnesota Oaks champion. Put a Q around the Derby and the Oaks. 1-3-5-7 in 142.18. That final time is the fastest time in the Minnesota Oaks since 2002, when Susie Blues won with Derek Bell for Vic Hansen and went 141.66. The 7th race, the Oaks, is official. Molly's Angel wins for the first time in more than a year since she broke her maiden at Canterbury Park July 20th by 13.5 lengths with Alonso Quinones. Alonso has won this race back-to-back, taking it down with Hot as a Pistol last year. Ready to Run Away won it in 2019. She runs later. And Alonso's brother, Luis Quinones, he won the Oaks when Canterbury Park opened in 1995. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the winner's circle for the trophy presentation in the Minnesota Oaks, former jockey Vicky Warhol. Vicky was a fan favorite back in the Downs days, and in 1992 won 100 races at Canterbury Downs. Welcome back to the winner's circle, Miss Vicky Warhol, and she's making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the 2021 Minnesota Oaks. Molly's Angel is in the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure with Alonso Quinones, the owner, Pete Matson. He also bred the filly in Minnesota, and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. Molly's Angel is a 3-year-old brown filly by Istan out of Angel of Troy. She's Molly's Angel. The payoffs are on TV monitors. And the next race, the $50,000 Wally's Choice. Scratch numbers 6, Love My Boss, and 7, Minnesota Miracle. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering in the Wally's Choice. Post time, 22 minutes from now. Our analyst, Brian Aragoni, is in the winner's circle with a trainer who's had quite the last 1 hour, Tim Padilla, who trains Molly's Angel.
You had to sweat the inquiry in the Derby. No sweat here with the Oaks. A relatively easy win with Molly's Angel. What are the emotions right now? Taking back-to-back big races. You're winning over 20% this year. It's been a hell of a meet.
I can't believe it. Everything's going great. And it doesn't happen that way every year.
Well, that is true. But you train both the Alligator Hunter and Molly's Angel. Both of them won their debut. Then they tried stakes in their second career races. The difference with the Alligator Hunter, he had won 5 in a row. This horse actually hadn't won since the debut. What's it been like training Molly's Angel?
We knew she could run a route, and that's what we tried for. Simple as that.
It's simple. It's simple. All you have to do is be Tim Padilla. You can win the
two today. That's all that counts.
He's got the 2 right one. The Minnesota Oaks and the Minnesota Derby.
We got them all.
That's right. He's got them all. But we can't forget Pete Matson also swept the Oaks and the Derby, and Alonso Quinones. It's a jockey, trainer, and owner connection in the Oaks and the Derby.
Wow, that's fantastic. we're ready to roll. And they're racing in the $100,000 Minnesota Oaks, and Star of the North immediately jets off to the lead. Hell of the North, who is stretching out for the first time in her career. She heads around the turn trying to keep Star of the North in her sights, and Eccleberry has Star of the North out in path 3. Butler has Hell of the North on the stretch out right behind her. Alonzo Quinones trying to win the Derby in the Oaks, 3 lengths from the lead to the inside of That Would Be Nice as they corner. 7 lengths after that, it is Maiden Rock, who is third last. Owen's Pleasure beginning to advance, 9 out of it, and the one at the tail is the Maiden, Hunter's Magic. Up the barn side they go in the 100 Grand Minnesota Oaks, and Star of the North is doing it leisurely. She leads at 3/4, maybe a half. Hell of the North trying to wreak havoc on this heavy favorite. Molly's Angel is sequestered. Outside of that, That Would Be Nice. Then we come to Owen's Pleasure, about 7 lengths from the lead. Star of the North cuts and opens up by 2. Star of the North, not asked for run yet, leads it clearly. It's a length and change. Hell of the North is giving everything she has and attempting to join. Molly's Angel is absolutely on her game, and she has nowhere to go. Owen's Pleasure is jumping into action. And after that, it is Hunter's Magic as they come down the stretch. And it is Molly's Angel spreading the wings, taking the lead, and running away. Molly's Angel at 9-1 provides Pete Matson, Tim Padilla, and Alonzo Quinones with a Derby Oak sweep. Well done, young lady. Onward to the Wally's Choice. I've called races here 27 years. That back-to-back Derby in Oaks, I can't say that I've ever seen anything like that, and so exciting. Best of luck to the connections here in the Wally's Choice, because with these guys, Drop of Golden Sun, Cinco Star, and Deme Plata, this is from the 2020 Wally's Choice. And Drop of Golden Sun, trained by Tony Rengstorff, ridden by Alonso Quinones, who clearly knows a little something about winning stakes races tonight. What a patient, fearless ride by Q in the Minnesota Oaks. Drop of Golden Sun and Cinco Star and Deme Plata feels like they've met each other a million times. By the way, Hot Shot Kid is here in the picture. That was the 4-5 favorite. That's Canterbury Immortality. But Drop of Golden Sun is trying to provide this rider, Alonso Quinones, with 3 consecutive stakes races and currently is 9-5. Brian Aragoni in the paddock set to handicap. Drop of Golden Sun is the defending champion, but not the favorite. That's Cinco Star.
Yeah, and Drop of Golden Sun was only helped when number 7 scratched out of this race. That looked to be the other speed in here. Now Drop of Golden Sun might only be pressured by the inside horse, but the question with that, the inside horse trained by Tony Rengstorff, I can't imagine the instructions or the idea would be to send 2 horses to the lead going from the same barn. We'll see what Zoe's Delight opts to do, donning the silks of Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. Both of them bred by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds in Zoe's Delight, along with Drop of Golden Sun. Zoe's Delight has done everything that has been asked of him so far. The 5-year-old gelding by It's My Lucky Day is 3 for 14. 2 wins here at Canterbury Park, a second-place finish last time out on the turf. But like we saw with Molly's Angel, horses going from the turf to the dirt can continue to excel. And Zoe's Delight, oh yeah, he's also pretty good on the dirt. 3 victories on the main track, 8-1 on Zoe's Delight. The 2 is the good-looking Tuco Bay down in the classic silks of the Owellings for the $50,000 Wally's Choice. Gary Shear, and matter of fact, this one bred by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. They got a pretty good operation going on over there at Winchester. Tuco Bay dove into the claim box, or the Owellings dove into the claim box for this one for $30,000 with a purpose. Since then, a 4th-place finish. They ran 2nd in the $50,000 Ralph Strangis. Went back to the turf, lost by a half length. They've been favored in 2 of those spots, usually heavily backed at the windows. Not today, 6-1 on Tuco Bay. The 3 is Drop of Golden Sun. Here's where my money's going to land. Looks to be the controlling speed in here for Tony Rengstorff, and we'll see if the man, the myth, can build his legend in here with Alonso Quinones, looking for 3 stakes victories in a row as Tony Rengstorff sends out the 1 and the 3, but don't dismiss Mac Robertson and Cinco Star. John Mentz, those classic purple and yellow silks, they've been in the winner's circle plenty times on nights like tonight. Cinco Star, the even money favorite at this point, won easily in the Ralph Strangis, beating Drop of Golden Sun by 5 lengths that day. We'll see if Cinco Star and Chirinos can mix it up with a Hall of Fame trainer, Mac Robertson and John Mentz. And then the 5 on the outside is Dom Plata. Don't forget about this one as well. The 5-year-old gelding by Cross Traffic, a horse for course. The Minnesotan loves it here at Canterbury Park. 9 victories from 22 starts, often overlooked at the windows, but certainly never disrespected on the track. 6-1 on Dom Plata. Maybe a small field, but certainly long on talent as they'll go 1 1/16 in the Wally's Choice.
Lynn Dykers, call to the post, brings the runners onto the track for the 8th at Canterbury. It's the 50K Wally's Choice, and here they are. Number 1 is Zoe's Delight, ridden by Ruben Fuentes. For Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, the trainer, Tony Rangsdorff. Gary Shearer trains Tuco Bay. Owned by Al and Bill Allwelling, Tuco Bay is ridden by Quincy Hamilton. Number 3, Drop of Golden Sun, is the defending champion in this race. Drop of Golden Sun is owned by Rangsdorff Racing, trained by Tony Rangsdorff. In the irons, Alonzo Quinones. Roy Chirinos rides number 4, Cinco Star, the current favorite, for owner John Mentz and trainer Mac Robertson. And number 5 is De Me Plata. De Me Plata is owned by Ann Sachdev and Lori Bravo. Francisco Bravo trains, Rye Eccleberry rides. The Wally's Choice, short on numbers, long on talent, and they leave the gate 5 minutes from now. To the winner's enclosure and our analyst, Brian Aragoni, the same spot he has interviewed the winning connections of the Derby and the Oaks, both won by jockey Alonso Quinones. Brian, he's looking to win 3 in a row, and he handles your pick, Drop of Golden Sun. What a great day of racing today, buddy.
And what could have been. You never know with that inquiry in the first, but Alonso Quinones off to an excellent start. And right now he's on your clear second choice, and he's got the controlling speed in here. It's going to be a rider's race in here for sure. The 6 and the 7 are out. The 7 was set to be the one who is going to pressure Drop of Golden Sun. Now it looks like it may be on the inside, but both of them are trained by Tony Ringstorff. Alonso Quinones is going to be the controlling speed in here. At the top of the lane, it would be highly unusual if Drop of Golden Sun didn't have the lead. However, similar to Star of the North, that's not always how it finishes, because Star of the North just had nothing. When the real running started, Philly just didn't go on with it today. We'll see if Drop of Golden Sun can be well prepared. And something that hasn't been talked about that much, the horse who finished second in the Oaks was trained by Tony Ringstorff. So what a bittersweet day. Didn't get moved up in the Oaks, but potentially put the Wally's Choice in for this one, PA.
And as they approach the starting gate, Cinco Star is even money. Roy Mascherinios was riding here at Canterbury earlier in the season and left. He's back to ride Cinco Star, trained by Canterbury Hall of Famer Mac Robertson, and also owned by John Mentz. That tandem, and make it that trio, will be formidable in the next race, the Glitter Star, with Ready to Run Away, who will be prohibitively favored. Alonso Quinones and Drop of Golden Sun, trying to win 3 consecutive stakes races on Minnesota May Day. And with Drop of Golden Sun, Tuco Bay has done some damage at Canterbury. De May Plata has come up big. That one is 4-1. This one is short on numbers, but it is long on Minnesota-bred talent. And the Wally's Choice debuted in 1992. It wasn't the Wally's Choice then. Wally's Choice is a Canterbury Hall of Famer who, owned by the late Kurt Sampson and the Sampson family, was a fantastic runner, also owned by Wally McNeil, Wally the Beer Man, as we go here in this part of the country. Coconino Slim won this race 3 consecutive times, 2012, 2013, and 2014 for Miss Catherine DeCourcy. Last year, Drop of Golden Sun won, trying to go back-to-back. Hot Shot Kid won in 2019 for Mr. Bush, Warren Bush, and Mr. Jägermeister, whose full sister debuted second yesterday. The speedy Mr. Jägermeister won this one for Valerie Lund in 2018. So now we're even money on Cinco Star, Brian. Drop of Golden Sun, I think, is generously priced at 2.5-1, and I picked the 4 to win, thinking Drop of Golden Sun might be favored in here.
And we've talked a lot about Drop of Golden Sun and Cinco Star, but a horse who's certainly getting overlooked is Dom Plata on the outside. Rye Echoberry, Francisco Bravo, he's in the Hall of Fame. The 5-year-old by Cross Traffic has 2 wins this year, and it wasn't all that long ago. Dom Plata on June 6th sat a perfect trip in a small field, a 5-horse field against Open Company, and beat Drop of Golden Sun by open lengths. Why can't Dom Plata do it again? Currently overlooked at 4-1 in another small field. We'll see how it plays out, but it's certainly going to be a rider's race for 50 large.
Great job today, buddy. Likewise for Angela Herman. And the horses have reached the gate for the Wally's Choice. One of 4 stakes races today at Canterbury, Minnesota May Day. The aforementioned Wally's Choice won a race now named for him in 2004 and 2005. Martin Escobar went back-to-back for Mike Beeler. Timeless Prince won it in 1992, back in the Downs days, for trainer Joey Rusum and jockey Donna Barton. We have one left to load. It is De May Plata.
We got a horseback.
He is 4.5-1. What do we have for an encore after the Derby and Oaks?
Locked up.
racing in the Wally's Choice, and they've broken a line. Drop of Golden Sun wants to be the controlling speed, but Roymus Chirinos and Cinco Star attempting to say no and join the pace-setting Drop of Golden Sun, the defending champion. These two are going like quarter horses around the corner. Drop of Golden Sun leads it by a half. Outside of that one is Cinco Star. Then it's 5 lengths back to Zoe's Delight in the patriotic colors. After that one is De Me Plata, and then it is Tuco Bay about 8 lengths from the lead as the pace conspicuously slows down up the barn side, and Alonso Quinones trying to win 3 consecutive stakes races. He has Drop of Golden Sun well off the inside, and even farther out is Cinco Star. 7 lengths back now to Zoe's Delight, then is De Me Plata, and right behind them is Tuco Bay, and they have 3.5 furlongs to go in the 50K Wally's Choice. Drop of Golden Sun has led every step of the way. It's been a tenuous lead. Outside of that, Cinco Star at even money. Cinco Star attempting to join, and Zoe's Delight jumping into the mix at 9-1. Zoe's Delight catches a seam on the inside and takes advantage of it. And now we have 3 astern around the turn. Behind them, De Me Plata, and after that it's Tuco Bay, and here they come. Drop of Golden Sun. The sun is set on the defending champion, and up goes Zoe's Delight. It's Zoe's Delight from Cinco Star, absolutely giving everything he has despite the sizzling pace battle. And Zoe's Delight's too good. It's another upset. Zoe's Delight wins the Wally's Choice. Holy cow. Favorites be damned. Zoe's Delight first at 9-1. 1, 4, and a photo. Race number 8, the Wally's Choice, is official. Zoe's Delight receiving a well-deserved bath for his stakes-winning toil. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park President Randy Sampson is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Wally's Choice Stakes. This race is named for the great Wally's Choice, a Canterbury Park Hall of Famer, campaigned by the late Kurt Sampson, along with Wally the Beerman, Wally McNeil. Racing at Canterbury today is provided in part by Pepsi. Pick 3 paid $78.55. It's also provided by Apple Autos. $27.40 for the exacta, trifecta $58.20. And to the winner's enclosure, Zoe's Delight and Ruben Fuentes. The winning owners, Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, and the winning trainer is Tony Ringstorff. Zoe's Delight is a 5-year-old gelding by It's My Lucky Day from the Come Summer mare, Delightful Ridge. Zoe's Delight was bred in Minnesota by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. The 9th race is the $50,000 Glitter Star Stakes. Scratch numbers 1, Clickbait, and 4, Defend the Rose. Relegated to a quartet with no show, try, or superfecta wagering, we do have a pick 3 on our final 3 live races today. The Glitter Star Stakes, 20 minutes from now. And down to the winner's enclosure, here's B.A.
Ruben, with only a field of 5, it can truly become a rider's race. How excited were you when you saw those 2 hooking up on the front end?
I thought that set up perfect. On paper it looked like it was only a 2-horse race, so I let them do their thing, and I sat there comfortably, saving ground. And, I was just expecting them to fall back, and which is what happened.
Was there any anxious moments going into the turn? You were skimming the rail, getting some paint on those silks, but then it opened up for you.
Yeah, definitely. Going up in there, I felt very confident. My horse was going in there very willingly, and I hadn't really asked him to run yet, so I was very confident going in there.
A great ride by Ruben Fuentes and Zoe's Delight. I know you had 2 in here, but you've been breeding at Canterbury for a long time, not only here but across the country. You know the highs and lows of racing. Just an hour ago, it looked like it could be a bad day. When the inquiry goes up, you guys finished 2nd in the Derby. Now you bounce back just an hour later.
It's been an exciting night. I think that Ruben gave my horse a fabulous ride. He's a good horse, though, too. And Gary Shear stopped me on the way in, and he said, Lori, they said you bred the first horse and the 3rd horse. He said, they forgot you bred the 2nd one, too. So the horses parading today were 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. We were all 3 Winchester Place bred horses. The Derby, Bayou Benny, I think, has all kinds of talent. I think Rye Eichelberry saved him from going down after the race, and like you said, it's a team effort. Tony had these horses ready to run. I know he was strategizing on how to get it done, and we came close in one, and Ruben got the job done on this one. So Tony's just done a marvelous job with the horses, and we're very, very happy to win one.
That's awesome. Winchester Place Thoroughbreds send 3 to the gate, and they run 1st, 2nd, and 4th as Ruben Fuentes and Zoe's Delight take this one.
And there racing in the Wally's Choice, and they've broken a line. Drop of Golden Sun wants to be the controlling speed, but Roy Chirinos and Cinco Star attempting to say no and join the pace-setting Drop of Golden Sun, the defending champion. These two are going like quarter horses around the corner. Drop of Golden Sun leads it by a half. Outside of that one is Cinco Star. Then it's 5 lengths back to Zoe's Delight in the patriotic colors. After that one is De Me Plata, and then it is Tuco Bay about 8 lengths from the lead as the pace conspicuously slows down up the barn side, and Alonso Quinones trying to win 3 consecutive stakes races. He has Drop of Golden Sun well off the inside, and even farther out is Cinco Star. 7 lengths back now to Zoe's Delight, then is De Me Plata, and right behind them is Tuco Bay, and they have 3.5 furlongs to go in the 50K Wally's Choice. Drop of Golden Sun has led every step of the way. It's been a tenuous lead. Outside of that, Cinco Star at even money. Cinco Star attempting to join, and Zoe's Delight jumping into the mix at 9-1. Zoe's Delight catches a seam on the inside and takes advantage of it. And now we have 3 astern around the turn. Behind them, De Me Plata, and after that it's Tuco Bay, and here they come. Drop of Golden Sun. The sun is set on the defending champion, and up goes Zoe's Delight. It's Zoe's Delight from Cinco Star, absolutely giving everything he has despite the sizzling pace battle, and Zoe's Delight's too good. It's another upset. Zoe's Delight wins the Wally's Choice. Alrighty, here we go with the $50,000 Glitter Star Stakes. We have one in here at 1 to 5, and it is this girl, Ready to Run Away. How about her resume? The 2020 Canterbury Park Horse of the Year. Also, 14 runs at Canterbury, 11 wins, 3 seconds. And like the greatest claim since the son of old Bob Bowers, John Henry. What's interesting here, Ready to Run Away won the Minnesota Oaks a couple of years ago. The one on the outside at 3 to 1, hot as a pistol, was the Oaks champion last year. Ready to Run Away is 1 to 5, but BA, like being that heavily favored, has mattered the last 2 races?
I mean, if anything, you don't want to be the favorite at this point because the favorites continuously get beat on a night where it looked like the favorites for once were the real deal. Suddenly, other horses have jumped up and ran their big race and oftentimes ran a career best, like we saw with Zoe's Delight, who won last race, who go out for the last thoroughbred race of the night. But it is an excellent race. And here, the Glitter Star, a mile and a 16th, as the girls take to the track. Some of them distance tested, others not so much, but one that is Ready to Run Away, who's the claim of a lifetime. A $20,000 claim with a victory today would inch ever so near $500,000 in earnings. Yes, that's not a typo or an error or a misspeak. Almost $500,000 for this 5-year-old mare who's won her last 2 races. She beat Alberta Sun against Open Company, and then she beat Clickbait, who did scratch out of this spot. Is she rounding back into form? Because previously she came in from Oaklawn Park in form that we haven't seen here in years for Ready to Run Away. In fact, maybe in the career, but all of a sudden, back-to-back victories. Was it the mud, or is she turning form or back into form again? 1 to 5 on the classy Ready to Run Away. The 3 is Timber Lady, 0 for 17 in here, but why not break the maiden in a $50,000 Glitter Star? However, this horse will need to improve drastically after a 12-length defeat last time out, but you'll get fair value in a small field, 13 to 1 on Timber Lady. The 4 is Scratch, the 5 is Shabam, as John Mentz sends out both the 2 as well as the 4. Now, Zoe's Delight was also the other horse for Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. So oftentimes the longer in the 2 of the wagering is certainly the horse to bet. Maybe not always the horse to beat, but usually the horse to bet, like we saw with Zoe's Delight. We'll see if Shabam can be that horse in here for Mac Robertson. And Lindy Wade, the 5-year-old mare by Keela, has 1 win this year, and it came last race in the slop. We'll see if Shabam can do it again, but on the outside, it's the good-looking hot as a pistol for the Bergsroods, a homebred in here. The 4-year-old by Flat Out was disrespected at the windows last time, went off at 19 to 1, but won like a heavily backed favorite that day. That was going 6 furlongs. They'll stretch out to 2 turns today, where she's already tested 3 tries, a win and a second. 3 to 1 is your clear second choice, but Ready to Run Away. Can she live up to the name? We'll find out 10 minutes from now as Paul Allen calls the Glitter Star Stakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the call to the post and Mr. Dizzy Gillespie. Dizzy Dykert, great job. Thank you very much. Lynn Dykert brings them onto the track for the Glitter Star 50K. Number 2 is Ready to Run Away, the defending champion, ridden by Roymus Chirinos, owned by John Mentz, and the trainer, Mac Robertson. Number 3 is Timber Lady, owned and trained by Miss Cat Bedford. In the irons, Leslie Mowing. And number 5 is Shabam. Lindy Wade rides for owner John Mentz and trainer Mac Robertson. And number 6, Hot as a Pistol and Rye Echoberry. Gary and Brenda Bergsrud own Hot as a Pistol. Clint Stewart is the trainer. Glitter Star time, 6 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, down by the finish line, we have Angela Herman and Brian Aragoni. Ange and B.A., what a night.
What a night indeed, and how things have changed from the early part of the card. What looked like it might be a little bit of a formful night certainly has gone the other way. There's some good payouts in the pick 4s, pick 5s, and the pick 6. Your thoughts?
I think it's been a great night of racing here at Canterbury Park, and it is a testament to breeding in Minnesota, how challenging it can be and how rewarding it can also be for the breeders, the owners, the trainers. A great night for Peter Matson, Tim Padilla, and Alonzo Quinones. But Winchester Place Thoroughbred, what a roller coaster of emotions they've had tonight, and it's been overall an excellent night for Canterbury Park and breeding in Minnesota.
Agree wholeheartedly. You see a lot of the representatives that are here day in, day out, breeding horses year after year, get their due, and with older horses too. I mean, we look at some of the 2-year-olds later in the year and look to the future, but this has really been the night for horses that have kept on going with the Minnesota bred ranks, still providing prices. Usually by the time they get to around, 2 to 5 with Ready to Run Away, you kind of know what you're in for, but they provided us with a couple of surprises in a row.
Yeah, that's surprise, and what you want in days like today is that foundation. We've seen consistently now back-to-back races, horses that were 2 turns tested on the turf, both went back to the main track where there were question marks with their form on the main track, and they got the job done today.
Well, as we turn our eye to the final thoroughbred race of the evening, you have another solid favorite and Ready to Run Away, and rating her against, the Alligator Hunter, Star of the North. I guess, where would you put her in 1 through 4 of favorites that you had the most faith in to start the night?
I was a doubter of Ready to Run Away before the last 2 races. The question mark is the slop, but you never know because we saw Peter Matson's other horse win, Winchester Place Thoroughbred's other horse, and what's being overlooked at this point is John Mentz, despite a 4-horse field, he's also got Shabam, who's coming off a very impressive victory.
Yeah, I think this might have been not in the original plans for Shabam, but she ran so well last time. And, second money, first money in here, very good purse money for a horse like this who has taken on open company a lot. I thought that she would be a better fit for this sort of thing than a lot of the original entrants. I took her second, and you like Hot as a Pistol, I know, in this one. She's a little warm when she came onto the track. I mean, only of all of them, she was the only one that stood out to me as getting a little bit warmer. It's cooled off, it's still a little bit sticky. And hot weather got the best of a lot of the field that ran with her last time. I thought she was a little bit more composed than she is tonight. Did you notice anything in the paddock?
I didn't see much in the paddock. Right now, it's a 4-horse field. For me, not personally, not a great betting race by any means. I'm just excited to watch We're Ready to Run Away, how she's transformed, claimed for $20,000, now pushing those earnings up over $500,000. And Hot as a Pistol, another horse who had previously been off form and could be trending in the right direction.
Yeah, and Ready to Run Away trending in the right direction as well. Certainly looks like they've got her back on track. Now they're at the gate. Paul Allen, take it.
I'm ready. And good luck if you are involved in any form of the pick 5 or pick 6 to close festivities stakes race wise here at Canterbury. 4 consecutive stakes races as part of Minnesota May Day, previewing Festival of Champions Day near the end of our season. They're at the gate. It is now post time for the Glitter Star Stakes. They're moving in. Ready to Run Away is 2 to 5. Jockey Chad Anderson won this race 3 consecutive years. 97 to 99 with Planet Dance twice and the Samson's D-Dancing Sophie. The Bergsroods won it with Pinup Girl twice, and they are trying to upset Ready to Run Away, looking to win the Glitter Star for a 3rd consecutive year. They have Hot as a Pistol, the Oaks champion last year.
Locked up.
And they're racing in the Glitter Star. Shabam and Hot as a Pistol came out very tightly, and Ready to Run Away at 1 to 5 has grabbed the lead as they corner for the first time. And as the quartet begins to sort itself out, Ready to Run Away and Roymus Chirinos doing it fairly, leading it by a half. Hot as a Pistol, keeping her inner sights about a length and change clear from Shabam. Then it's way back to Timber Lady. That 5-year-old mare is about 12 lengths from the lead. Up the backstretch they go in the $50,000 Glitter Star. And Ready to Run Away wants nothing to do with Hot as a Pistol and opens up by 2 and change. In second, Hot as a Pistol. Then we come to Shabam. Shares a barn with Ready to Run Away, and she's trying to usurp this favorite for $50K. After that, it is Timber Lady, still far out of it, and they're well strung out for 4 of them. The top 3 separated by 4, and they're off the far turn. 3/8 to go in the Glitter Star, and Ready to Run Away still is sole alone. The stablemate Shabam is sneaking up on her on the outside, and Shabam is on the move to the outside of Ready to Run Away. Now back in third is Hot as a Pistol, and round about the quarter pole in the $50,000 Glitter Star, Ready to Run Away seems to be in a one-horse race. Chirinos has not moved a muscle on Ready to Run Away, and she is gone. Ready to Run Away has won the Glitter Star 3 consecutive years, and Ready to Run Away ran away home and cooled out. Number 2, Ready to Run Away, is the Glitter Star champion. 2563. And it's official. Pick 3 paid, make that the pick 5 paid $711.80. Exacta, $2 and change. The 1-2 double from the Wally's Choice, $16.60. Pick 3, $98.80. Pick 4, $107.45. The pick 6 had a carryover of $3,000 and change. A winning 6 paid $13,081. Congratulations. Dr. Dan's late double finishes a thrilling Wednesday at Canterbury Park. 10th race, no scratches, no rider changes, and post time is 22 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park's Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Randy Damer, is in the winner's circle. Randy is presenting the trophy to the winning connections of tonight's Glitter Star. Ladies and gentlemen, when racing is done, stop by the card casino. We have touchscreen blackjack, just $1 a hand, and you can play up to 3 hands, and we have a live dealer. The card casino, open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Full food and beverage service, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, Pai Gow, Baccarat, and much more. That's the Card Casino, open right now with touchscreen blackjack. Ready to Run Away, the 2020 Canterbury Park Horse of the Year, doing significant damage again this year, trying to go back-to-back as Horse of the Year, has won the Glitter Star Stakes 3 consecutive years. Here she is in the winner's circle with Roymus Chirinos. The winning owner, Mr. John Mentz, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Ready to Run Away is a 5-year-old mare by First Dude out of the More Than Ready mare, Ready to Rip, bred in Minnesota by Wild Cat Ranch. Ladies and gentlemen, in the winner's enclosure, Brian Aragoni is with Mr. John Mentz, who just went 1-2 in the Glitter Star.
John, I'm sure you've done a lot of investing in your life with plenty of success. Have you ever turned $20,000 in almost $500,000 with a horse before?
Not a chance. So this has been the most miraculous investment I've ever made.
Speaking of miraculous investments, this horse has really made it look easy last year, but she went back to the farm and then came in off of a layoff. I know she was taking on some tough customers at Oaklawn, but she didn't really fire the first 2 starts. Was there ever any concern?
Yeah, no, there was big worry at Oaklawn. She didn't run very well. She didn't seem to like the track or respond as well as she did the year before. She ran real well at Oaklawn, so I was a little concerned coming into the season. But Mac has done a good job getting her ready for the Canterbury season, and she's doing great. So obviously she's run the last couple, so very happy.
And you've had plenty of success with Mac Robertson, not only with Ready to Run Away, but he's got all of your horses. How's Mac been to your success here at Canterbury?
Oh, a huge part. So, I mean, Mac's great with the horses. He knows where to put them. He knows what he's doing. So he has my utmost trust. So he's great.
John Mentz and Ready to Run Away make it look easy in the Glitter Star.
racing in the Glitter Star. Shabam and Hot as a Pistol came out very tightly and ready to run away at 1-5. Has grabbed the lead as they corner for the first time. And as the quartet begins to sort itself out, ready to run away in Roymus Chirinos, doing it fairly, leading it by a half. Hot as a Pistol keeping her inner sights about a length and change clear from Shabam. Then it's way back to Timber Lady. That 5-year-old mare is about 12 lengths from the lead. Up the backstretch they go in the $50,000 Glitter Star, and ready to run away wants nothing to do with Hot as a Pistol and opens up by 2 and change. In second, Hot as a Pistol. Then we come to Shabam, shares a barn with Ready to Run Away, and she's trying to usurp this favorite for $50K. After that, it is Timber Lady, still far out of it, and they're well strung out for 4 of them. The top 3 separated by 4, and they're off the far turn. 3/8 to go in the Glitter Star, and Ready to Run Away still is sole alone. The stablemate Shabam is sneaking up on her on the outside, and Shabam is on the move to the outside of Ready to Run Away. Now back in third is Hot as a Pistol, and round about the quarter pole in the $50,000 Glitter Star, Ready to Run Away seems to be in a 1-horse race. Chirinos has not moved a muscle on Ready to Run Away, and she is gone. Ready to Run Away has won the Glitter Star 3 consecutive years, and Ready to Run Away ran away home and cooled out.
What a night of stakes action, but we've still got plenty more of action coming up here. If you love the thoroughbreds like I do, we've got 2 more races to go with the Qs. 330 yards going to be the distance. A field of 8 set to go to the gate. On your screen now, it's the good-looking Liberty. Escobedo gets the call for Jason Olmstead at 5-2, our leading trainer for our leading rider. And this 3-year-old Gray filly is 1 for 7. The lone victory did come last year at Canterbury, though. Always a maiden. 0 for 4 here, 2nd and 2/3, but they lost to Jess Rocketman last time out. We'll see if Liberty can get the job done as PA's top selection. The 2 is Corona White Sox for Dan Chorsvik. This is the homebred in here, the 3-year-old Sorrel Gelding. 2 for 12. Both victories came here locally. The Minnesotan does take on Open Company, has done so in the past, and it hasn't been all that rewarding. Both victories came against State Bred. We'll see if Corona White Sox can do something he's never done, and that's win against Open Company, but you do get Nick Goodwin in the saddle, which is always a good sign. And speaking of good signs, Kelsey Haar has mastered the quarter horse racing. Last year, a little bit slow out of the gate here and there with the quarter horses, but certainly firing like a good thing right out of the gate, winning at almost 20% with the quarter horses for Tyler Stein, our trainer of the month. The South Dakota bred trying to get the job done in here with Relentless Streak, 8-1 on the board. The 4 is Lethal Timber. I like what I see from Lethal Timber down here in the walking ring. It's my top selection, 5-1. Luis Valenzuela in here, 1 for 12, but has been running some good races and has deserved a better result many times. Lost by a neck. 2 out of the last 3 times his horse has lost dirty photos. We'll see if Lethal Timber can finally get a photo to go in their direction. The 5 is Just a Little Cash, Lexan Backhouse, 2 for 13. One of the lone horses in here that actually has 2 victories and also ran in the Minnesota Derby last year. We'll see if Just a Little Cash can pop at a little bit of a price, 9-1 on the board. The 6 is Dugan Chapel Baby. Ran an excellent race last time out, lost by a nose. Hipshaw sends this one out for Martinez in here. This one usually doesn't have any issues breaking. It's just finishing the race. We'll see if Martinez can get Dugan Chapel Baby straight and strong, 5-1 on the board. The 7 is Lotta Bow. Packer gets the call in here for Alan Hipshaw. He's got the stablemates, going to be gate mates in here. 18-1 on the board. Berkeley Packer has a win already this week. He looks for another one in here. Lotta Bow trying the Canterbury Park Dirt for the second time, also stretching out from 250 to 330. We'll see if the extra distance makes a better result for Lotta Bow. But on the outside, it's going to be Shrimpy. Tyler Stein sends out a pair in here. He also owns Shrimpy. Owns and trains, always a good sign. Randy Vega getting the call. Speaking of no luck, Randy Vega, no luck so far this year. He's had 10 starts at Canterbury, 3 seconds, 2/3, looking to break through with a winner's circle photo in here. And Shrimpy has been awfully close. Was won 2 out of the last 3, just a head away from winning 3 in a row as the field of 8 set to go 330 yards, and they'll go out for the last 2 races, which means it's time for the Dr. Dan Double. Good luck.
We're 4 minutes away from race number 10. It'll be hard to follow up that Minnesota bred stakes action, but the quarter horses are going to do their dangdest in the last two. This first one is 330 yards, and it's an allowance offering the last double of the evening in addition to exacta, trifecta, and 10-cent superfecta wagering. There's a field of 8 involved, and the favorite resides on the rail. A rather warm Liberty is at 5-2. And in this 10th race, we'd like to congratulate Reed Schwab for winning a pair of tickets to Daughtry. If you are still here, Reed, head to the track level information booth to claim your prize. And if you know Reed and he's left for the night, we'll email him. But either way, Reed's going to Daughtry. If you would like to get your tickets to any of our remaining concerts in the concert series, head to CanterburyPark.com for more information on how to get your tickets. In the meantime, we have 4 minutes until race number 10, and we're going to be launching some t-shirts shortly, so if you would like one, make a little noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 6, Dugan Chapel Baby. Number 6, Dugan Chapel Baby has been scratched. Refunds for Win Play Show Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and double wagers involving number 6. A consolation double will be paid from Ready to Runaway, the winner of race 9. And pick 3 and 4 action, including number 6, Dugan Chapel Baby, heads to the starting favorite in race 10. Into the gate, and it is now post time. The Wednesday penultimate. Shrimpy. Shrimpy goes in. Race 10, and here they are. They're racing. Tight starts for Liberty and Corona White Sox. Great beginning for Jess A Little Cash. Make that Lethal Timber. And on the outside, Shrimpy's beginning to fire. But it is Lethal Timber impressively at 3-1. Four, 1, 8, 3. 10th race, official. And to the winner's circle comes Lethal Timber and Luis Valenzuela. The winning owner, Alan Burns. The winning trainer, Mallory Norton. The 11th is our final. It's 20 minutes from now. Number 1, Carl D, is ridden by Randy Vega. And they're racing. Tight starts for Liberty and Corona White Sox. Great beginning for Jess A Little Cash. Make that Lethal Timber. And on the outside, Shrimpy's beginning to fire. But it is Lethal Timber impressively at 3-1.
On your screen now, it's good-looking Carl D. Snodgrass off, Vega on. Do make note of the rider changes. Eric Snodgrass off. Randy Vega picks up the mount on Carl D. as Jerry Livingston, he's got half the field in here. In fact, 60% of the field comes from the Livingston barn. 1, 3, and 5. It's as easy as that. If an odd horse wins, Jerry Livingston will be getting his picture taken when it's all said and done. We'll see if it comes from Carl D., who can live up to the post position number 1, being number 1, 6-1 on the board. But I'm going to try Chicks Want Hayes for Whiting Ranch. Martinez gets the call in here for Hibshaw, looking to ruin the expectation for Jerry Livingston to get a winner's circle photo in here. The Oklahoma bred has been close, but has yet to knock down that door. 5 starts, 2 seconds, and 2/3. Second start off the layoff. I think Chicks Want Hayes is the one to beat. The 3 is Streaking Coronado. Nick Goodwin in here for Jerry Livingston. 2 races so far. Got started last year as a 2-year-old and then as a 3-year-old. Tried 350. Now they'll try 300. The problem with this one is there's been no late kick in either race, but they'll cut back, try and still lightly raced, and try and continue to improve with this 3-year-old filly, Streaking Coronado. The 4 is One Wicked Brew. Escobedo and Jason Olmsted in here. Back-to-back 8th place finishes. That was against tougher company, though. There's no doubt about it. The claiming price gets cut in half for One Wicked Brew, and you've got connections who love to win races in Jason Olmsted and Escobedo. We'll see if One Wicked Brew can make it a winning one in here at 4-1. But on the outside, the early money often the smart money, and it did come in on Frosted Flakes for Kelsey Haar. Hopefully those Frosted Flakes turn into Wheaties in here. Kana Livingston, a homebred in here. Kansas bred, a 3-year-old gray gelding by I Want It Now. 5-2 on Frosted Flakes. As Jerry Livingston, he's got the 1, 3, and 5, but Olmsted and Hipshaw looking to ruin what Livingston hopes is a winner's circle photo. And here is Frosted Flakes on the outside. The first-time starter, the big gray, looks good at 5-2, but I'm going to try Chicks Want Hayes. Thanks for coming out for Made in Minnesota Day. What an excellent day of races here at Canterbury Park, where we get the opportunity to honor those who continue to breed in Minnesota, whether you're on track or tuning in on the simulcast feed. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck as live racing does return tomorrow on what will be another excellent Thursday right out here at the park. Drive safely.
We'll bring Wednesday to a close in 6 minutes. We have a field of 5 going 300 yards in this maiden 10. Mick Vega, the rider on the 1, Carl D. All 5 of them are now on track. Your 4 to 5 favorite is Chicks Want Hayes. And if you'd like to bet on this one, your options are slightly limited. You can't do supers, but you can do tries, exactas, and win place and show wagers. Race 11 will go off at approximately 10:19 in 5 minutes. And before then, we would like to wish a very happy birthday to Yuri in Mutuals. Happy birthday. It's quite the way to spend your birthday, spending it here with 11 races, but thank you for staying till the end, and as always, for being an excellent employee. I've worked with you personally. Want to wish you a happy birthday, Yuri. You can also walk through the card club if you have had some luck at the horses tonight, or if you'd like to change your luck around. There's lots of different options in there. We've got table games, we've got poker, we've got food, we've got drinks, and it's fully air conditioned in there, not quite so sticky as it is out here in the outdoors. If you want to take a walk through there, there's some big jackpots too. Check them out. There's something for everyone in the card club. There's only 5 minutes left to bet horse races, though. They're going to warm up right now for our finale on Wednesday. Paul Allen's going to take you through it in about 5 minutes, and we'll return tomorrow night at 5 o'clock.
It is now post time for the 11th at Canterbury Park. Back at it tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Sunday, Corgi Dog Racing and Family Day. Frosted Flakes is in. Heather Corvellis is next. Carl D. acting up.
He's on.
And they come in the Cody Classic. Carl D. jumps the field and has been usurped by Chicks Want Hayes. After that, Streaking Coronado, One Wicked Brew, and Frosted Flakes, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Chicks Want Mouse. Number 2, Chicks Want Hayes first. 2, 3, 4, 1. The 11th is official. Chicks Want Hayes to the winner's circle with El Salvador Martinez for Whiting Ranch and R. Allen Hibshaw. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. If you're leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. They come in the Cody Classic. Carl D. jumps the field and has been usurped by Chicks Want Hayes. After that, Streaking Coronado, One Wicked Brew, and Frosted Flakes, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Chicks